goodness that works.
Uh, mm, 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 mm. Hello. Oh, give me one moment. Hello, cats and kittens. How are you doing over there on the? Here am I, your DJ, troopersjp, your DJ and storyteller for this, your fabulous and excellent Motor City Hollow Crown. I'm coming to you on WVtM, your favorite radio station for Vampire the Masquerade, all vampire, all night long. If you want vampires and you want funk, you've come to the right station. Make sure you listen to us on your daily commute, and I hope you are all doing fine as the sun dips low in the sky. Tonight, it is Halloween, and as someone might say, anything can happen on Halloween. Your dog can turn into a cat. There may be a toad in your bass guitar, brother, and your sister may turn into a bat. If you know the reference, you know it is out of time period. All right. So, I hope you're happy to be here, and I know that our vampires certainly are. This is episode 2. Let me tell you something about this moment. This is Halloween, the night after Devil's Night, the night when small children go trick-or-treating in the neighborhood, wandering around to get surprises in their bags of candy, dressed up like all sorts of monsters, vampires, werewolves, witches, fairies. Ooh, what else? Ooh, I imagine ghosts as well. Let me see. Vampires, werewolves, witches, ghosts, and fairies. Yes, indeed. 5 types of supernatural creatures that people love to dress up as. We know they're not real, I guess. Interesting. That said, I do have news for you, because not only do I bring you the tunes, I bring you the news. We have some unfortunate news coming out of the Motor City. Last night, Devil's Night, there was your normal sorts of fire. As they say, burn, baby, burn and let it go. Unfortunately, there was not just your regular round of teenaged arson. There were some larger acts of violence in our community, and here, as your DJ storyteller, Trooper SJP, I'm gonna let you know what's going down. One of our most beloved local authors, crime fiction novelist Ronald Gains, died last night in what seemed to be some sort of, well, it's a bit strange if you ask me. The police, John Nichols, of course, is no longer the chief of police. He was sort of fired, but word on the street is he was fired so that it would be a little bit easier for him to run for mayor. Well, they've all said that it was some sort of gang-related activity, that our Ronald Gaines was perhaps criminal, not just in the novels that he wrote, but also in his life, and that any kind of activity that happened to him happened because of bad influences in the neighborhood. And of course, he would say that we need to ramp up the police presence to keep our streets safe. It was Ronald Gaines, and in the car with him was an older woman from Brazil who went by the name of Mason Hora, who was a candomblé priestess. Now, I know that some people think that that sort of thing is hoodoo, voodoo, and not real, but she's been a member of this community for at least 6 or 7 years, and she is much mourned. Can you dig it? Also, there's some questions about exactly how they died. Local Panthers have said that this is more police state actions of imperialist oppression. And maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Maybe someone's investigating, maybe they're not. We'll see if there's anyone out there who's looking out for the little man. That said, there was also a police incident last night where a small group, what do they call it? Intercultural study group of mystical means, folklore. They went and, well, the police said that they were dealing in illegal drugs, peyote, marijuana, who knows what else. And apparently there was a raid by Stress. And apparently every single one of those people all had guns and all pulled those guns on the police, and they all died in a hail of bullets. Police said, of course, they were attacked by snipers on roofs. They said it was the Panthers, or perhaps the Young Lords, or perhaps the Asian American movement, or perhaps it was also the American Indian movement. They said there are any number of radical groups on the streets, the inner city Labor Party, that were just shooting at our boys in blue. People I know didn't hear anything of the sort. From what I heard, many of these so-called radical drug dealers were 70 years old and had books on them. Well, let's hope that Coleman Young, who is running for president, pardon me, that would be nice, but for mayor, let's hope that Coleman Young wins the election and is able to go and dismantle these pigs on our streets. That would be nice. Well, I suppose we'll just have to find out what happens. We have only 6 more days after this one before the election happens. I hope it'll be groovy. Police presence is rising on the streets, and we have our governor saying that there'll be more and more influx of cash from various important philanthropic interests, business leaders and heads making up Detroit Renaissance, and their allies and co-conspirators will be transforming Detroit into a paradise. From what I've heard, they've just signed a brand new corporate partner in the Detroit Renaissance, a company called, where are my notes? I've not heard of it so much before. A company called Pentex, I think. Not 100% certain what they do, but apparently they're coming on board as an ally to help remake Detroit. Well, we shall see. We shall see, brothers and sisters. Soul brothers and soul sisters, please enjoy. This has been WVTM, your DJ storyteller, and we will be right back after these messages. Hello, everyone, and I'm sorry, I'm just grooving on my funky flute, and so I just need to turn that off because that funky flute is going to be too distracting because I like it way too much. I'm like, ah, and that's Kevin MacLeod, uh, Flutie Funk. Hey everyone, welcome to episode 2 of Motor City Hollow Crown, our Vampire the Masquerade non-canon miniseries. 8 sessions total, 1 session a night in the October to November 1973, where we have an amazing Primogen Council who is going to try to do their best to make sure that they have all of the influence on Detroit and not other people. And I wouldn't even worry about it. So, thank you for being here. You can help me out if you like, and by watching the show. It is great to have each and every one of you here watching. Your presence helps make this groovy thing possible and happen. And if you would like to support us, the best thing you can do is watch the show. You can also go and watch it on, if you're on YouTube and you're watching the show, you can leave messages, you can like and subscribe, follow our amazing cast and give them love as well. You can donate tips and bits, and if you do, I will read out those messages at the end of the show. You can be one of our Patreons. We have a Patreon, and the whatever comes in from the Patreon goes to pay our cast for the RPGs on this channel, or to pay for art or music and all that sort of good things. And we have a very special Patreon tier, which is limited to, I think, 4 at the moment. And that is our spokesperson tier, and that is $200, which will pay for one episode, the cast for one episode, not including me, for 1 week. And we currently have 2 sponsors, Willem TW and KY Hawkeye. And Willem TW has been a supporter of the channel for ages and ages, and also takes notes and then sends them to me, so that whatever random names I made up and then I completely forgot about, Willem saves my life and puts those things in the notes, and it is brilliant. Thank you, Willem. Thank you so much.
The Lord will send you blessings.
Yes, indeed. And KY Hawkeye, who is such a kind and generous person, and is going to be doing some science with me in a Star Trek Adventures game, where we will be, fellow Trill, and runs a really cool wrestling show on his channel where he makes wrestlers and then he has them go at it and does amazing color commentary, and so definitely check that out. So all of that said, I think I did all of that business, so let's introduce our amazing players and get right to it. So I would love for each and every one of you to say the following: who are you? What character are you playing? And then answer this question. Has not in Kindred life. You could be a Kindred. I don't know. I'm not judging you. But when was the last time, if ever, your character voted, because some of your characters may not have been in the opportunity to do so, in a mortal election? And if they have voted in a mortal election, who did they vote for? And also, what part of the world was it? Let me just know their last election, if they voted at all. And so let's start boop, 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 with Werewolf.
Hello, everybody. My name is Nordine Likadir. My pronouns are he, him. I go by Werewolf Feels on the interwebs. Today I play Kasim Al-Khaf. Same pronouns, different character. Kasim is old enough that during his mortal life, the idea of a democracy wasn't exactly common or well respected. And since becoming, one of the undead, the places he has been in have had democracies. However, he's not voted in them, primarily because getting an ID there was a bit more difficult than it was worth, and also because there's a lot of fighting to do. His priorities were elsewhere.
I would imagine so. Again, I don't know if any of them have voted in any local elections. That's why I'm asking. I always ask because I'm curious. I get that. Vin! Who are you? Who are you playing? And has your character voted in an election? Let me know.
Well, hi guys, I'm Vin at VinVoxVA on Twitter. I'll be playing Charlotte Lottie Hughes, your Samitsi Primogen, and I don't think Lottie has voted, not because she doesn't care, but like things have been busy since she was
Mhm.
embraced, and as a mortal, just did not have the time or the ability to do so.
Yeah, you were in the South for a while, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, probably for quite some time. I imagine voting was probably not so easy there. I imagine.
Just a little difficult. I don't know why.
Weird. Weird. Hmm.
Yeah, totally
Well,
weird.
I think we'll just come back to that, I think. Ah, haha. So, by the way, I've got yellow. Everything is orange tinted. Next up, of course, the one and only Dimples and Dice. Who are you? Who are
Hello,
you
everyone.
playing?
I am
And has your character
Prince.
voted?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So I'm Prince, aka Dimples and Dice. I'm a he/him. I am playing Reverend Luther C. Joseph, Luther Cornelius Joseph, La Sombra. And we're both he/hims. And yes, Luther has voted. Luther last voted in the 1950 election. He was
Hmm.
living in Missouri at the time.
Hmm.
This was, I believe, this was before he moved after the whole thing with a young man who got messed up for apparently
Yeah.
looking at a white woman. Uh,
Yeah. Yeah.
but he did help to get a Democratic white man elected. Best you could do back in 1950.
Yeah.
Thomas C. Hennings Jr.
Hmm. I have a question, and I'm in no
Yes,
way instigating or poking. I'm just curious. Um, I know that you have a flock, that you are a shepherd over. You know.
absolutely.
Uh, yep. Yep. Did they also vote the exact same way that you voted? I'm just curious.
The flock was a little bit smaller at the time, but absolutely.
Mm,
We were of one mind, one body, one soul.
mm, mm-hmm. I don't know why Vin. I don't know why he's shaking his head, because I mean that just seems like that seems
You
super
know, at the
normal.
time, they were stopping people who looked like me. Occasionally, we would go to the polls.
Mm-hmm.
But for whatever reason, my animal magnetism, my force of
Mm,
personality was able to
mm,
fight through and bring a little bit of equality to our polling places.
mm. You know, that is, I imagine, when you have gifts given to you, divine gifts that allow you to speak your way through the lines of bigotry so that those in your care can vote. That is a divine gift indeed.
It is a divine gift indeed. Praise the Lord.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You just
Which
have to
brings
trust in Him.
us. That is correct, because he has given you these gifts that allow you to mesmerize people, for example, just as one might do. I mean, seems positive. April, who are you? Who are you playing? And when was the last time your character voted in a
Uh,
human election?
well, I'm April. You can find me as April Raygun. I'm playing Della, the Nosferatu. I didn't want to say Primogen. I got stuck here. So fun fact, Della is a Korean immigrant.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't get the right to vote until the 50s. At no point in her
Oh,
human existence was she ever allowed the right to vote.
mm, yeah.
Your Wikipedia
And
page is disrespecting your overlay right now.
what? No, no, inappropriate. I disapprove of that disrespect. I just get used to Video Ninja. Now, I'm troopersjp, and I'll be your storyteller. And I just wanted to share something because we're talking about elections. You know, right now we have a mayoral election happening. And it's John Nichols versus Coleman Young. And Coleman Young used to be the chief of police, helped create stress, stop the robberies, save our streets, and is running to keep Detroit crime free and free of any sort of undesirable influences. You know, undesirable. Oh, Rissa, will you make Dimples and Dice a regular? If you would, thank you, so that we could get that in there. Just want it in there. So you have, on the one hand, you have John Nichols, who's, you know, upstanding. Let's just say that, sure. And then we have Coleman Young, who was a member of the Michigan Senate from the 4th District, was a member of the Civil Rights Commission, trying to make sure that all of the civil rights violations happening from the police force were happening less. He also was pulled up in front of the House Committee on Un-American Activities in 1952, so about 20 years earlier, because they thought that he was maybe a little communist. You know, they didn't like how he was talking. And so the Congress brought him in there, and he did not cooperate. He cited the Fifth Amendment. He refused to answer whether or not he was or was not a member of the Communist Party. And he was asked about un-American activities. And he said, "I'm not here to fight in any un-American activities because I consider the denial of the right to vote to large numbers of people all over the South un-American. I happen to know in Georgia," he said to the Georgia congressman, "Negro people are prevented from voting by virtue of terror, intimidation, and lynchings. It is my contention you would not be in Congress today if it were not for the legal restrictions on voting on the part of my people." And he's running for mayor of Detroit. And if he's elected, he would be the very first African-American mayor of this city. But that's in 6 days' time. We don't know what will happen between then and now. In the meantime, our Primogen Council, made up of vampires younger than the old vampires who have taken over Primogenship after the old guard has left, all the Ventrue, etc., have gone for the most part, and led by their visionary Prince Ronald Gains and his mystic advisors, who died last night. There was a car bomb and also a sniper. But we pick up our episode the next night, Halloween, the night of Elysium. Our vampires, our Primogen, have decided to move this Elysium from one of the restaurants where they would normally be meeting to the sewers, the domain of Della. Could everybody make a rouse check? Just, curious. That rouse check succeeded. Remember, they have not yet fixed the sheets. They're working on it. Just check to see if you have succeeded. And it looks like Cass, Della, and Luther all have succeeded. So make sure that you have your hunger back down to 2 on your sheet and not 3, because all of you succeeded. Vin did not. So Vin's, Lottie's hunger is now a 2. Actually, everybody's hunger is too, as it turns out. Yay. Yes.
That may not last for long. I'd like to cast the same spell I did the first night, Deflection of Wooden Doom. And right now, all I gotta do is a rouse check and spend
Please.
15 minutes. Let's. Hunger 3.
15 minutes is what they say. That's what it normally is like. But today, or tonight as it were, when you begin to cast, it is like you're casting through soup. It is worse than it was before. It takes you about a half hour to get the ritual done. When it is finished, you feel success, right? You know that you have cast it successfully and the protection is there, but it was difficult. Does that have something to do with the fact that Mesinora, who has been working very hard to try to keep this community safe, and 6 or 7 other practitioners of traditional magical practices were all murdered last night? I don't know. Who's to say? Probably not. I'm sure that has nothing whatsoever to do with it. I guess. So, I would like to know if any of you have anything you want to do before the Elysium. Because everyone's going to be heading down to the sewers, where I imagine there'll be tea, cakes, sewer hors d'oeuvres for an Elysium. And I will say, I imagine people will have questions. So let me ask, anything you're doing before Elysium?
Yes.
Also, I do.
Because for all I know, you all have things you April, what is Della doing before Elysium?
Preparing for Elysium. Lots of people live in these sewers, not just Della, and not just the Nosferatu. She has other friends, and she must make sure that entrance ways are clearly marked for other kindred and the people attending. She's moving people out of anywhere that they could see anything or be in the way.
Yeah.
And also to protect them.
Yeah. There are a lot more people who are unhoused. Yeah, there are a lot more people who are unhoused ever since the fires. And people sometimes need places to stay. And I'm going to just, if people want to see, we have a Google slideshow so you can see who some of our NPCs are. And Bao Nguyen is the keeper of Elysium and the herald, the voice of the court, Tremere. And Bao arrives early with trays of plastic food, because none of you all necessarily eat. There is some real food because some people might want a blush of life and eat. Some people do enjoy that. But it's at least looks really nice. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's like, you want to at least keep up the appearances. Most of the food is not real, but some is, just in case some people like it. He has sort of set up some bottles of wine, some of which is not wine, in case people need refreshments. But he's down there with you, sort of working out, trying to sort of make everything presentable. Let me ask you, could you describe what Della looks like?
Della, most people in the group are fashionable and kind of stick with the times. Della looks like she's lived on the streets for a while. And not just that, but a little bit out of time. Her coat is old and raggedy and full of holes. it's not unusual to see other animals or things scurrying in and out of her jacket and clothing. She has like part of a hat shoved in a pocket, sticking out of like a crushed top hat, and underneath her clothes there are bits of like super colorful, very old, like a bright red vest that the buttons have fallen off of, that's just turned gray and grime with time. Her hair is just a mess. She does not take care of herself. And for fun, when if any of you have seen her without her mask of 1,000 faces, Nosferatu typically are not the most attractive. Hers comes out in a form of her skin is, think of an oversized suit on a hanger. Like sometimes when she pushes her hair back, the whole face will come with it. The skin doesn't fit right. She has to help adjust it and get it into place. Nothing looks well. And it's just, it looks kind of like a little bit of an empty husk that just moves on its own. Unless she has the mask of many faces on, and then she looks much better. Well,
I'm imagining
stable.
I'm imagining the kind of like a parallel between the skin and the clothes, right? Like sort of like they all sort of are one in aesthetic, I imagine.
Everything's drooping, everything shifts when she moves.
And Bao is sort of like has got a couple of his workers, let's call them workers, they are ghouls, helping sort of like set things up, and making sure that they're folding metal chairs in that sort of gray, right? And like setting up these folding metal chairs, and they are setting these things up. And you can tell that he is, he doesn't, if you did not work with him regularly, which you do, you would not realize that he's nervous, but he is. To most people who don't know him, who haven't really sort of dealt with him regularly, he just looks professional, just doing what needs to be done. But you have worked with him as part of the council for the last couple of years, and you can tell there's a nervous energy about him as, well, the prince was killed last night, and he's doesn't know what will happen.
I think they would also see that on Della as well, except Della's has a little bit more of an outward appearance. Not only does she look, she's moving a little bit more jerking, not as smooth, she's not as controlling of herself. She definitely hasn't put the mask on around these people. She's just who she is. But and he would know, and everyone in the group would know, she has swarms of bugs on her constantly. Just groups of fleas, flies, cicadas will come out once in a while. Just any bug of the ground is on her. And there's a buzzing and a twitching and a chittering coming from her body and clothing.
Reverend,
Sorry.
you had something you wanted to do. Don't judge the nos. Nos got a nos. Reverend.
Also, I was setting up.
Yes, please.
One really quickly. Everyone would have entrances they would know they can go in, and I set greeters at the entrance, and I'll explain that when people show up.
Excellent. Rev, you had something you wanted to do before the Elysium.
Yes, Lord. It's Halloween. And this is a time where people are celebrating devils and demonic worship. And obviously, it's a Wednesday night. We have to give a sermon. I looked up the date. It's a Wednesday in 1973. And so,
I love a good calendar.
The Reverend definitely gives a sermon about the evils of temptation, what the devil can do to the people, especially the young, corrupting their minds and turning them into things that they are not. He also needs this time to feed.
Let me ask you a question, though.
Absolutely.
Could you paint me 2 pictures? 1,
Absolutely.
what does the Reverend look like? And 2,
Mm-hmm.
what does your church look like?
Excellent questions. Excellent questions. So, the Reverend is young. He looks incredibly young. As a matter of fact, it made it very difficult for him to be accepted initially because the Reverend looks like he might be, at oldest, maybe 21. Light-skinned fellow, small afro, clean shaven. I mean, he looks like a baby-faced child, like that just grew up into an adult. He's standing just about 6 feet tall, got skinny, body ain't filled out sort of thing yet. And as such, this has caused some problems with the people at first, and the congregation slowly started to accept him because he has got the voice. You understand my meaning. The church, however, is a sort of squat 1 floor, large area. You could probably sit about 200 people in here. Your standard pew line up there. It is all black in here. There's one white family that shows up here, a single white family that is trying to be there to support.
I have a question, just a quick question. Are they white, or are they Polish or Jewish or Italian? I'm just curious.
I suspect in these times, in this part of Detroit, probably Italian family.
So off-white.
Yeah, not today white.
Yeah. Go on.
Very big turnouts, actually. There's been consistently large turnouts. As a matter of fact, on a Wednesday night service like this, especially on Halloween night, it's standing room.
How good is your choir?
Oh, the best. They don't have a choice.
I'm sure they're motivated to practice.
Absolutely. And when I say they don't have a choice, I mean the Lord fills them with the motivation they need.
Yes.
To be at the top of their game all the time. Several of them could have been in Motown.
But they decided not to. They just chose not to go to Motown.
They chose to be one with the Lord and not one with those sinners.
Oh, secular. Nobody wants that.
I mean, I got nothing against that secular music. It is very nice, but it just, for us, we can't go out and be a part of that world.
Sad.
We can understand it, but we can't live in it.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. It's a different world, which is also a reference, but also a decade or so out of date. Now, we don't want to go and fall into sin. We don't want to elevate demons. We want to keep our children safe. What else is in your sermon for tonight?
To believe in the power of your heart to make the changes that need to come to Detroit. We want to make sure that we are putting the right people in place to lead our great city back to that greatness. Just because those who had the money have abandoned us, it does not mean the Lord has.
There are fans.
We have control of our fate.
And there are, dare I say, some amazing church hats. I just
yes, absolutely.
Lottie, do you have anything you wanted to do before our Elysium?
Not in particular, no.
Interesting. So you're going to go straight to the sewers.
Yes.
What does Lottie look like?
I think this is apt. Cruising from Reverend. Lottie also looks rather young, possibly the world's youngest church secretary. Pretty prim, a little bit rounder, locks, of course, and just modestly dressed.
Mm-hmm. World's youngest church secretary. You know what I really like about this crew? You can look at them. Almost all of them. Some of them have bugs crawling on them, but most of them, they look so wholesome. But even then, even with the fleas, still quite wholesome. You know, that's like family right there. And I appreciate the wholesomeness of this crew. Uh, I believe when you arrive, there is a there's a greeter there at the entrance.
What would actually happen as people enter the sewers? I have and I can roll for this as well. I think I need to do a rouse check. Or I know I need to do manipulation and animalism. I'm going to ask the bugs to escort the guests. So what it will look like for anyone who comes in is you enter a sewer. A sewer is dirty. It's full of bugs. It's full of animals. But the second you step foot on the ground, a opening appears, and as you walk forward, it kind of like keeps open with you to guide you through.
Make that check.
Manipulation and animalism. That's animalkin, right?
Yes. What is that skill name?
What, animalkin?
Yeah.
No, you have animalism.
Oh wait,
If
animalism
you-
is a skill.
Yeah,
That's a thing I
It's-
can do.
it's a
I
discipline.
know how to
Yes.
play my
Yes.
character.
Yes.
What are we talking about, April?
You got this. You got this.
Skill. Manipulation. Nope, that's not what I need. Attributes.
And
I'm gonna
where's my... Get that up for you. That should be...
I succeeded?
No. Wait, where are you? That was werewolf, pardon me. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. So, these bugs, any rats, or are they mostly insects?
They're gonna mostly be like those kind of those little tiny hard shell beetles that you find when you like lift up rocks. So like when you step into the
nice.
sewer, a bunch of beetles like
pill
crawl
bugs?
out, but yeah, they crawl
Yeah.
out from between the stones and kind of escort you through the sewers. And as you get closer to the location, you'll start hearing a very discordant kind of calliope of circus music. That's the best way I can describe it.
Well, calliope then being an apt word. Is there an actual calliope down there?
I'm sure we've got parts of one. I don't think it
Nice.
sounds good.
Nice.
It's a lot of effort to drag one of those into a sewer and then drag it through the sewer to this
Yep,
location.
yep.
We lost a lot of
Yep.
pieces in the move. Bugs don't really have a great carrying capacity when it comes to like chunks of metal. Chose a very weak familiar to help.
Well, but you know, they get around. They see things. So, Lottie, there are these wonderful beetles who escort you through these tunnels. I don't know why you made that face. They're so friendly.
Anyone who has been down here before would have seen this. Like, if we've ever had an event down here, you would have seen this happen.
Oh, yes, and I hate it every time.
cistern. Oh, but they're part of the Lord's creatures. And I
Well,
imagine
it
that
keeps us
trust
above
level
ground
is
on for a reason.
so just like a little bit bigger than normal. These beetles, you know, just like robust, nice beetles. And Cass, I know that you cast this ritual, which took
Mhm.
longer than normal,
One would say
and
twice as long. Yeah.
twice as long, as a matter of fact. What do you have anything else you wanted to do before the Elysium?
Yes. Kasim is technically in charge of this event, but it's not like he runs a gang or anything. So instead, I have an identity, an undercover identity. One would say a lot of
That's
people happen
weird.
to think I'm a police detective for some reason.
That's weird.
Uh-huh.
Hmm,
Uh-huh.
hmm,
I would like
mhm,
to go around, ask the right questions, and see if our enemies have anything planned for tonight. Because last night we were took by
mm.
surprise, and I don't want that to ever
Yeah.
happen again.
You didn't like that? That wasn't like full of fun and joy?
You know,
Hmm.
sometimes people love surprises. They want a surprise birthday party. I'm not one of those people. I'm the opposite.
Mm. I see. I see. Well, this feels to me like it would be an investigation check. But as for the skill, I feel like there are options. You could do, depending on how you do this, it could be wits, it could be manipulation, uh, could be charisma. I feel like all three of those seem to be like decent attributes for this sort of palling around with your cop buddies.
Uh-huh.
You know?
Um palling around, that's a strong word, but it's not inaccurate. Uh I feel like this is requiring me to go straight, straight, not me, to go right at their faces and lie to them. So I feel like manipulation would be the best course of action for me.
And I suppose also wanting to make sure that people don't really get what you're asking
Mm-hmm.
for. Do you know what I mean?
I'm
Like, sort of like
asking
the idea of
around the
like,
question.
yeah, absolutely. This would be a two difficulty, not that big of a deal. Generally speaking, unless I say something otherwise, it'll just be a two. Uh, Better is better, right? Two is your good base, but better is better.
Do I, because I literally have a an advantage called undercover
Boon,
with the police +1. Okay, that's
boon.
great. I love that. Let's see.
Absolutely, 100%.
Mhm,
Boon.
mhm.
2 out of
uh,
2. Okay.
okay, okay, yeah.
Do
Uh,
you want to before you answer this question, can we take a quick timeout so that I can ask you all a question?
sure.
What is your desire for today's session? What does your character desire? I just want to ask now because if you fulfill your desire, then you get to have a willpower back. And I just want to make sure that, you know, you have it. Now, some of you may not want to say it out loud. Um, oh, there's a song, everybody. It's in my head now. So there was a guy, Ray, who was a reverend, and he made this audio recording that got sort of picked up in early internet culture, where he says, my daughter was having all this mess at work, and so she was so frustrated, and so I wrote this song to give her some sort of relief. And now I'm going to sing it for you so that maybe when you're having a hard time, you can sing this song out loud and it'll give you some comfort. Now, you may not be able to sing it out loud, but you can hum it to yourself. And the song was, I'm about to whip somebody's ass. Oh, I'm about to whip somebody's ass. If you don't leave me alone, you're gonna have to send me home. 'Cause I'm about to whip somebody's ass. So now, uh, that means that some of you may not want to say your desire out loud, but you can hum it to yourself. And it might give you comfort. So if if you do not want to say it out loud, you may write your desire down somewhere, and then you know it. And if it comes to fruition, you can just say either out loud or hum it to yourself. Uh,
I'll say mine out
Yes.
loud. I want to
I'm ready.
survive this night with minimal no casualties in my haven. That's my big desire. And no, I said minimal, not none, with minimal casualties. Preferably none, but at least minimal.
One is fine. Really, like one is so close. You
A
round
couple, like a
down.
handful, if
Yeah.
they deserve it. But like, that's it.
More like you want to make sure any casualties are things that you planned, not other people planned, really.
No, I mean, as long as they deserve it, and they convinced me that they did it because they deserved it.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. That's a great desire. Just writing it down. So don't forget. So would you like to spend willpower to re-roll 3 of those dice? You don't have to. It's up to you.
I would love to, Trooper. Thank you so much. Let's see if that actually works out in my favor.
Oh!
5
That's
successes?
5. That's 5 successes. Yes. So, let's talk about police headquarters, which looks like a castle or a fort, right? It's this big, sort of old brick, heavy building. I've got some great photographs I'll show you later. It looks imposing and not friendly. It's not the kind of place it's like, hey, your local neighborhood, Johnny Cop on the beat is just here to like say hi. No, it's like, oh, you're like an armed forces that's all hunkered down. And the place itself is hot. It's sweaty. The air conditioning is a little bit off at the moment. And even though it's sort of nighttime, it's just still, it's like October. It's kind of miserable, you know? You probably don't care. They care. And it's sort of nighttime, and you can hear people coming in and out the locker rooms, right, where people are changing in and out of their sort of bulletproof vests. And it's just a kind of it's a general sort of, the vibe's a little weird, or it's a little mixed, I suppose is the best way to put it, in the sense that the average beat cop is feeling good. They feel like they've been making really good progress. And it's that sort of sense of like, oh, things are going well. I mean, clearly the city's, in trouble. And there's also that kind of the average beat cop has got a bit of a paranoia. You are used to this, right? The sort of, they're all out to get you, and you can't trust the civilians, and you can only trust each other because everyone else out there is dangerous. And there's that kind of heightened paranoia that just is some brutality waiting to happen, right? It's that kind of hunkered in mindset. But there's this sense that it's gonna be better once John Nichols gets elected. And once John Nichols gets elected, the police will get everything they need. And then they'll turn, like, there's like a sense of excitement and anticipation happening from the cops on the beat. And they seem to be, you get this sense that there's going to be a bit of a show of force after what happened last night. All the beat cops are getting overtime, so they're getting paid extra, so they're pretty excited about that as well. And they're going to be out on the streets patrolling where there could be trouble, generally speaking, because you don't want the youths to get out of hand. And your sense from that is that there's going to be a pretty heavy police presence on the streets, mostly in your downtown neighborhoods. So you do not imagine that your general police force is making any kind of large, like, there's not going to be enough people to do another, what's the word? They call it action. That's not the right word, but work with me, right?
There's so many people on the streets that there's not going to be many people underneath them.
Yes. That said, you did roll a 5. That too was for your general police officers. They're going to be out in force, making a big show of how they're in charge of things. So there doesn't seem to be any kind of extra police action. There's not enough space for it. But there are whispers. There are whispers that you hear. Usually other plainclothes people. Strange little bits of conversation that are always half finished and not completely, yeah, and not completely there. There's always a little. The plainclothes officers seem to be a little bit less at ease. The ones that have been there a long time. Grumblings about the feds being too much here, throwing their weight around, and nobody even really knowing what they're doing here. And somebody's like, oh, the FBI? I don't know, maybe the CIA? They're just some feds that have been here and directing people like they own this place, like they get to tell you what to do. They don't even work here. How come they get to go and just say what is and what isn't? Somebody saw John Nichols there recently talking to some of those folks, and that was weird because he's no longer a chief of police. So nobody knows what he's doing here still, but apparently he's still talking to them. Maybe, I don't know, maybe consulting or something. Or maybe they're just there to talk about security for his election bid. Could be. But some of the people that you hear talking seem a little bitter because rumor has it, at least this is the rumor, that if you get picked on one of these special details, you get overtime. You get like extra money. And so if you could get into one of these details, you get extra money. But like, it's really unclear who they pick, how they decide who gets to be on one of these extra details. And people who have seniority are not always getting picked. And so there's a number of people who are kind of frustrated that they feel like they should be picked for this, but then they're not getting picked. Some other people are getting picked, and they don't even know what the details are for. But one of the lieutenants seems to have a bit of a Hamilton, Ricky. He seems to have an interface with these, I don't know, I suppose they're FBI. There might be Bureau of Tobacco and Firearms. It's really unclear. But he seems to interface with them, and they seem to be they seem to have gotten something done. They came in all excited last night. They were excited about something. But it wasn't stress. Whatever it is, Ricky Hamilton is not part of stress because he doesn't hang out with them. He was once part of stress. He had come from stress. And actually, a lot of these people that do these special details are all connected to stress. So if you can get onto stress, you might be able to get the extra money. Somehow, they don't really seem to pull people from outside of that. Hardly at all. But Ricky Hamilton and his crew came back, and they seemed really excited about some kind of big success last night. They said they got their main target, and the city is going to be safer now. And that was like, not quite certain what that was about. Stress had some other stuff going on, you know? But I don't know. Just seems a little frustrating that the money that you'd get is not being divided, spread out equally. And I've got seniority anyway, so I should be able to get on that thing. I don't know. Anyway, they've got something going on too, but the moment after that big victory, I think they're just doing planning meetings or something. But they don't always do them here. Sometimes they go outside. They must have some other place where they meet. Or, I don't know. But they seem to be flush with victory. And might be recruiting some more people. They've got something big going on. I mean, not tonight, but they're getting ready for something. Something big.
You should put your name in.
Me? You think?
Yeah, you should. I mean, look at you. You're tough. You're strong.
Yeah.
They could use someone like you.
Yeah, but they haven't. I've been trying to get on stress. They haven't let me on yet. Maybe I just talked to Hamilton directly, right?
Maybe. Look, whatever happens, you tell me all about it, okay? I want to see you rising high.
Yeah.
I believe in you.
Hey, are you gonna put yourself in?
Me? No. I'm too busy these days, keeping an eye on things
Huh.
outside.
You do drugs, right?
Tobacco, firearms, not narcotics, no.
Oh,
Foreign
well,
stuff.
hey. Oh, hey. I got a tip for you then. If you do that kind of stuff, gotta watch out. Thing is, I don't think you were here, but back when they had those riots, a lot of those people that live in the, you know, you know, inner
Yeah.
city, a lot of
Hmm.
them came back from Nam and they've got guns and they've got skills. There are snipers everywhere, just waiting to shoot one of us. Got to be on your toes every single moment because at any moment one of them could just shoot you from like a mile away.
Who told you
Got to
that?
go and shoot first. Oh, everybody knows it. Just at any moment they could just start shooting. Rifles. They might look innocent. But they've got guns. So watch out. Military grade. That's what everybody says. Even like those teenagers, they might be older than they look. Sniper rifles. You got to watch out.
Skip using the common sense and focus on just shooting first.
That is common sense. It's you or them.
See, this is the reason. This is the reason why you're probably not part of stress, friend. You got to think. Take cover. Put your nose to the ground, ears to the ground, You got a brain. Use it.
Yes. Hey, I don't know if you heard, look, I don't want to say anything out of turn, but you know that writer that got shot?
Which writer got shot?
Car bomb. A car bomb last night.
That was a writer? Wow, I didn't even know.
Yeah, he wrote novels. I don't know. Look, I heard one of the boys talking. I didn't get everything, but it seemed to me like there was a sniper involved. It wasn't just a car bomb. So, I'm thinking they were probably trying to hit police officers. They're always trying to hit police officers. So, thinking there was probably like a police officer who was really the target. Gotta watch out. Oh, one more thing. This you can't tell anyone. It's
Won't tell a
serious.
soul.
I heard Hamilton talking with one of the feds. Yeah?
Hmm.
He said, gotta really protect Nichols because I think someone's out to kill him. Some kind of a assassin. Something like that. They had
An
some kind of,
assassin.
yeah. They killed JFK. Probably kill this guy too if they could. So we gotta be really careful. You know?
Of course. Thanks for telling me this. I'll keep an eye out and ear out.
Yeah. No worries. Let me ask you, what name do you go by with them?
So Kasim El Kuf is probably not the best name for a cop to have. So instead, with them, he goes by Caspian Arno. So still gets shortened to Cass. In fact, that's where the nickname comes
Mm-hmm.
from.
Hey, Cass, be careful
Yeah,
out there on the streets.
you betcha.
It's dangerous. Yeah.
Keep your wits about you.
Oh, yeah. Always. I'm ready. Anytime somebody looks at me funny.
Yeah,
It's
man.
dangerous.
Dangerous. And with that, I walk out.
And what does Cass look like?
Kasim is around 5'11", has brown skin, but just the right shade of brown. Some people who insist they know things are like, he's probably Sicilian, you know.
I'm sorry.
Which
I'm sorry. I have heard those people. I've heard those people so many times. Yeah, go on. Yeah. Yep.
That makes me laugh so hard. I'm trying not to
Yeah.
cry.
Yeah. Like, oh no, you're Sicilian. I'm not Sicilian. Ah, you're Sicilian. Of course you are. And you're like,
Yeah,
cool.
Caspian Arno, fun fact, is Sicilian apparently. Uh,
Mhm.
he's got dark curly hair that he usually combs out straight. It's rather long though, so it's usually tied back in a bun, which is very much not the style
Yeah.
these days, but what have you. And he's got a
I mean,
very
hippies.
it's true. He's a cop. Look, because he was
I
just
know.
wishing it was the 1950s so we could wear a hat everywhere, but clearly things change. What was I saying? Right. He's pretty hairy, but all of his body, everywhere you see, is covered in scars. Some of them look death-defying, and some of them
Mm.
don't. They all seem to be partially healed and then frozen,
Mm.
almost fully healed. There's only a few that are old enough and healed enough to be from his human life, which is strange.
Mm. Mm. How tall is he?
5'11", just shy of 6.
How old does he look?
He's a spry 38 who looks like he's 45.
You had a hard life. My friend. Yep. And I would imagine the hair and all of that, people are like, oh, he's undercover, right? Especially if he's doing like Vice of some sort, he probably's got to, somebody's got to have long hair. And I imagine with that, with something going on over there, you all make it to the Elysium with friendly beetles bringing you in. Friends.
May I add something?
Oh, absolutely.
I have an escort with me. Davis.
Really? Interesting.
Yeah, we come hand in hand.
Interesting. Now, Davis, who you all may know, is your representative, the Primogen Council member. Oh, hold on. Cannot see Davis very well. Give me one moment. Let me, boom. There we go. Davis is, the kindred for all of is the representative on the Primogen Council for all of those kindred who don't have enough critical mass to have their own Primogen. And, Davis walks in with you, of course, because it's a little bit dangerous on the streets.
Absolutely.
And wouldn't want anything to happen to any of our Primogen, of course. And as you're into this big cistern, Davis is there, and Davis just seems a little, how would I put it? A little on edge and watching, right? Like, not, I would not say bodyguard personally, because that just seems, like a lot, right? So, I would just say, just watchful, right? Certainly not, because that would be weird if one of the Primogen was sort of acting like the bodyguard for another Primogen when you're all
We
equal
care
and
about
not
each
maybe
other's
kind of-
well-being in the Primogen Council. That's all.
Absolutely. And as you are converging, there are kindred coming in from the various ins and outs. It's a sort of you wouldn't know necessarily what kind of turnout you'd have, because it has been on the radio now that the prince was killed, which means either you're going to get nobody or everybody, right? Like, this is the question. And it's packed. There are maybe 40 kindred here, including some that you haven't even seen before. It's packed to the gills. People don't have even full space to sit on all the benches, and Bao's trying to get more chairs set out as this whole place is full. And there's that sort of hubbub of electrical tension as people are wondering what's going to happen. And Bao, right? Everyone, this is somewhat unusual, and he's got a sort of a light French accent when Bao sort of Bao's from Vietnam, and those colonizers were just slightly different. He's got a fluent in French, as well as Vietnamese and English, and also German. The Primogen Council is calling this meeting, and we are going to, do not worry, they have news updates and a plan. Everything is going to be all right. Bullshit, says a brouhaha in the back. Nothing's all right. And Bao looks, there is, I would say, probably like a raised platform. The raised platform is about like pallets, shipping pallets. So it's not that raised. It's like what, 6-7 inches maybe. So it's really just so that people have better visibility on you all, right? So there are a couple of these pallets sort of stacked. So you're probably about a foot above the ground, and there are chairs laid out for each of you there. And Bao gestures to you all as Roscoe's up there, and Davis, and I imagine all of you all, and the hush sort of sits over the crowd. Elena Ochoa, your Tremere Primogen, is there. She looks like she hasn't slept. Now, of course, she's a vampire, but she does have that sort of look of having spent some time trying to get out of a labyrinth. And she is sort of sitting in a heavy coat. And that's those three and you all up there on these chairs with all of Detroit Kindredsea before you.
I'd like to allow Miss Della to speak, since it is her domain that we are sitting in first. So if you have something to say, Miss Della, please let the people know what is on your mind.
Before
She'll
Della can
step
say
up.
anything,
Oh, fuck.
you hear, how would I put this? There is a shuffling sound, some words being exchanged. You know them, Della. You know. It's the Nos contingent. The Nos contingent in the corner. Some of them are cloaked, some of them are not. But when you are shouted out, you can see, you can hear them. A little bit of a woot, a bit of a shout out, a little bit of a support for you. Now, for other people, this sounds like the Nos have got your back. You are, after all, their Primogen, and as they hoot and holler, it is very clear Nos are in the house, and you have all of their support. You've had meetings with them. You know what this means. You know they do support you completely, because you drew those short straw. And this is
No one else wants the responsibility.
No one else wants the responsibility, and it is all of the support, but you know that support is just like a little bit of trolling at the exact same time.
No, I get it. I know I know what it's like to have friends.
Like, Della! Tell him! Della!
There will be like a rattle as like everything on her shakes. She does not like being the center of attention. As all of you have seen her, she kind of just phases in and out of visibility if no one's paying attention to her. Not as like a pay attention to me, but like don't ask me questions kind of way. And she steps up and looks at everyone. This was supposed to be a good night, but we have more important things now. The prince is dead. And I'm going to turn to the Primogen Council. And what are we going to do about it? Up there is killing us.
Tonight we make plans to survive. And we choose a new prince.
We make plans to survive again and again and again.
Taking the fight to them right now, just as the election is occurring, is a bad idea.
Well then,
I have to agree with Mr. Kasim here.
get comfortable here.
I think there are options that we have available to us that we have to make sure that we take advantage of. We have an election coming up, and we have a people that are already rallied just above us. Most of the danger, the real danger that we know exists, those who hunt us, who want to see us at our end, they will believe that having our leader, our prince, eliminated will put us into a tizzy to create division among our ranks. Now, I know, and I know you all know, that the Lord knows that we are stronger together. This is not a time for divisiveness. Now, we can vote for whoever should be prince. I absolutely agree. That is a move that we should make, but maybe not tonight. Tonight, we should plan on what we should do as a council. Democratically, even. Perhaps we hold a vote on what our next move should be.
Vote to vote.
Before we discuss amongst ourselves, Lottie does step off the platform to like at least join the crowd a little bit. If possible, I would like to hear everyone's concerns. What
Y'all
are we
keep these to get rid of rats.
afraid of that we are not aware
I
of?
thought y'all ate those.
Don't you hurt that. You hear like a shaking.
The Zemisky contingent, when you come into the crowd, they move in a way that is clearly also meant to support you. It is, and then Fatima, the sheriff, is quite visible. You can tell that there are, I don't want to say factions. I just want to say that there are 40-something kindred here, and they have their Primogen, who are their leaders, and there may be a new prince, and they want to make sure that everybody knows that their Primogen is supported by their clan. And that is just clear by how when Lottie spoke, the Zemisky nodded, and they yes, absolutely. and there's some applause. There are some applause, as if to indicate, and you might even hear, that's good leadership, right? And you can see all of the different sorts of kindred maneuvering in this moment, because they know that there will be a vote amongst the Primogen Council, and they would like their politics, you can imagine, in that moment. And a voice rings out. You wanted to know if we had any concerns. I have a concern. And standing up in the back, there is someone who looks sort of like at their most androgynous Bowie, like full on, a little maybe also a little bit like half Bowie, half what's her name? A British actress, very gangly, a modern day person who is
Played Michael and Constantine.
yes.
Gwendolyn
Tilda
Christie.
Swinton.
Tilda Swinton.
This one.
Dang it, I was wrong. Oh no, we're live.
Sort of
Shit.
I'm really happy that I went straight
on the
to
record.
Constantine. Of all her movies, Constantine.
Yes, like a mix between Bowie and Tilda Swinton, with like.
And you know what got Doctor Strange?
Yes, also right, and this person you know to be Toreador. They look to you. They've got that vibe of like a fashion model of sort, you know. And they step up and they say, "One of my concerns is that we Toreador need to have a Primogen recognized before there is any vote. Our representative, the prince, is now dead. And so we need a replacement before there can be any vote."
Well then, who would you like to recognize on behalf of the Toreador?
Yeah, Della just
Excuse me
waves
for
at
just a
them
moment.
like
But who is the whole we of the Toreador that are left?
And they turn back, and you see like a... Oh, how I describe them. It is hard to describe 1973 Detroit Toreador. That is a tricky thing to describe.
I'm like, how many are we? Are we talking about barely a bouquet? Are we talking about a
no,
a
now I
flower
want a
and a wrap?
description of each one. I need to know what each Toreador of
Stop it.
1970s Detroit looks like. It's very important to me.
I would say there are probably about 7, including your representative. And your representative, you know, I'm so sorry. It is not my fault. It is them. You know what I mean? Like, they choose their names. And they just go by the darkness. That's just what they go by. I don't ask me what that's about. They're not
Someone with an
particularly
adult
like
name comes up. We'll talk to him.
I think
They're not
every La
particularly-
Sombra
Go
just
on, David.
face palms.
Yeah.
Just hearing
Yes.
that.
Half of the group's just like, oh god, this is why people
Yeah.
think bad of us.
But I will note the darkness does not dress all in black. There's actually quite a bit of paisley. But also sometimes, I think sometimes I've been called ebony, dementia darkness, maybe way. There's a whole thing there. They've got multiple names, but the darkness is what they're going by at the moment.
I found our first okay casualty.
They are immortal, so I think it's fine. And they might be my immortal. But the darkness waves back to I don't what to the sort of like coterie of Toreador. There look to be like a couple people look like they're in a funk band. There are a couple of people who look like beatniks of sorts, like sort of like painters. They all look, I would say, the darkness is the one who looks the most like they could cross over to sort of uh mainstream spaces. Whereas most of the Toreador who are here left in Detroit look like you know that gal right there is like a spoken word Nikki Giovanni sort of like black arts movement poet, right? There's some musicians, there's some painters, there's some graffiti artists, uh there's like a break dancer. So like there it's a very sort of street art mix of folks who are there, and the darkness who is the eldest among them. It says, so we do need to have our Primogen ship, myself, of course, recognized before any election of the new prince. We have the numbers.
Did you pick one then?
Moi.
I
Well
look at the
then,
rest.
I, Charlotte Hughes of Clan Samitsi, I welcome the darkness as the Toreador Primogen.
And the darkness approaches you swiftly, smoothly, and with the utmost elegance, almost as if they are floating on air or have practiced walking across a floor with a book on their head for quite some time. And when they get close to you, they lean forward and kiss the air, both sides, and take your hand and say, Samiski Primogen, thank you. And
You're
they
welcome.
sort of step back with this sort of gesture of unity made. Then they smile.
Oh.
Welcome. So,
A
Same.
any other business we
shambling-
need to get to before business?
Well, we haven't exactly finished this entire vote.
But
I'd
I
like
was
to make
asking
sure.
for anything we need to now talk about before the actual vote.
Well, if we let the Toreador, take no offense, I know y'all are fashionable and very outspoken when you need to be. If we don't push this vote right now, then we won't be able to get much else done.
Our prince was murdered.
I do not care. You want inside this mess? Congratulations.
Roscoe says, I don't know. I don't like it. I don't know.
What don't you like about it?
Change.
When was the last time you liked a new Primogen?
Never.
Forgive me.
Oh, Brother Roscoe, you warmed up to me pretty quick.
Well, that's different. Fine. Yes.
It's a majority now. Anyone care?
For the sake of preventing myself future
Welcome.
headaches, sure, why not?
And Davis goes, right on. Me too.
Elena,
And
I
Elena's
believe.
like, yeah. says, "It's only fair that otherwise they would be robbed."
Seems a
Also,
little rushed in my opinion, but it is what it is. Welcome to the shit show.
in the darkness,
Excuse my language.
takes their chair and puts it on the platform and sits right down there next to everyone else. Excellent.
Super.
All right.
And the gargoyle stands up. The gargoyle is a Nos. The gargoyle is wider than tall, and kind of flat. Sort of like the kingpin, but like three-dimensionality is a little bit weird. And the gargoyle is like a deep, deep, you know that kind of green that's so dark it looks almost black? Like iridescent kind of, that kind of color. And gargoyle sort of steps up and says, "I have a concern."
What is your concern?
My concern is twofold. One, I am concerned about the murders. I'm concerned about the direction that we will go. I'm concerned. That's 3. Well, I have more. I'm concerned that I do not know every face here. Some people seem to be Johnny-come-latelys. Where were you last year? People who were not here last year, you know who you are. 4, I'm concerned that you do not all recognize the wisdom of the only person who should be Prince. Della clearly should be Prince. And when Gargoyle says that, you know that Gargoyle is fucking with you, but also still endorsing you for Prince. Della.
No, Della squints at him and like.
Before we get all
Thanks.
rowdy, just let's take a moment. Brother Gargoyle, we do recognize your concerns. However,
They are
framed.
valid.
However, you not knowing us or some of the members of the Primogen Council is kind of a you problem. We are all that is left.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm just registering that I feel like Della should be punished with princedom.
Sorry, did you just say not another? Every time you come up,
Short straw
Gargoyle.
Holloway for Prince. Short straw Holloway for. And you hear the Nos going, "Yeah, short straw Holloway."
Gargoyle has been noted. And I am concerned about people we don't know being here. But I am more concerned about the people that we do know who are not here.
All right, so we got hunters out here. We got princes getting blown up. I'm not sure, and look around the council, that we should just take the moment to really think about what we're deciding here if we're going to vote for Prince, because who wants to put themselves in that line of fire, in that danger? How do they identify Gains as someone of that position? Is that not something that we should be concerned about as a council?
Yeah. Yeah.
all right, calm down. As far as I can tell, it was either something about his writing work or something about his gang work that tipped them off. They thought he is a big figure. They didn't necessarily think he was a big prince.
So are you saying that there's an accident?
Are you telling me people assassinate science fiction authors in the street?
No, I'm saying they assassinate big people controlling vampires in the street.
So they killed him because he was the prince.
We don't know if they know he's a prince. They just know that he is a figure. There's a difference, right?
If they wanted to kill a figure and they've been watching people who have anything to do with vampires, we're all easier.
My point.
I'd have to say I have quite a great mask here, Della. Now, I understand it's not quite as easy for your people, but...
Excuse me?
Oh, both of you. Listen to me.
I mean, it's true. It is a little bit more difficult for y'all to pass in the
Okay.
places
We're
above.
losing the point here.
Hey,
Please
hey, hey,
continue.
hey.
The buzzing grows louder on the
A
stage.
gargoyle, like, shuffles.
Relax,
And
that's
gargoyles,
not
like,
an insult.
massive.
I've always been a great supporter for the Nosferatu.
Reverend,
Use
you're
your
still
words
talking.
carefully, Reverend.
My point is that we should not assume that we were safe before, that we'd be safe now, or any less safe if one of us became prince. I mean,
Y'all should
with a
look to Peter
soul.
4:8. Above all, keep loving one another earnestly, since love covers a multitude of sins, and many of y'all are not without sin.
You've never experienced my capability to give love.
There's something about he who without sin, something.
Yes, please.
Don't
Let's just
Get
yeah.
Luther started here. Lottie,
Yes.
do you think we should get a new prince so maybe we can stop fighting amongst ourselves?
I wouldn't call it fighting. It's akin to a sibling-like bickering, if anything. But I do believe we need to align ourselves. And while I would like to grieve our prince, we do need to instate a new one.
Great. Roscoe, same question.
Yes. We need a new prince. Absolutely.
Della,
I do not nominate myself, though, because, we
You don't
Hate change.
you don't want to get blown up?
That works too.
Yeah, I see. Della,
Yes, someone else needs to be the next target.
great.
Short Straw Holloway! And Nos in the back shouts.
Sit down.
That is such a great name. I don't care. That's such a great nickname. It's so horrible. I love it so much.
Elena,
That person sits. You just give that eye to that one kindred in the back, who's just like a sort of a strange sort of like a pattern of
Lord, grant me
vitiligo.
patience.
Just like sits.
good. Elena,
I have not spoken yet. I have a concern. Lottie asked if we had concerns, and I have concerns.
if it's the concern I'm thinking of, then I've experienced it as well, and we shouldn't discuss it outside just yet.
Let them speak. That's what we're here for. Please, if you have concerns, express them.
I was traveling to the council meeting last night, and I got trapped in a loop. A mystical loop. every direction I turned was not the right direction. I kept going down alleys, and to get to the alley, I turned left and left. And it was always the same alley. I was targeted so that I could not be in the area. Last night, the council meeting. And when I arrived, it was all over. The death. What Brother Cass has said, there are concerns I have that we can speak of later. But for the moment, I am more concerned about something I saw when I looked over the place of death. I do not think the prince was the target last night.
Target.
I think Mason Horder was the target.
There's this flash across Kasim's face, and it's a flash of agreement, but it's quickly stifled.
There is a question about how they have found us. I think those who are going up against us have far more arcane abilities than the police have at their disposal. This, I think, is bigger than the Inquisition. And that's where we're going to take our break, everybody.
Ah!
We're going to take our break. We're going to take a little 10-minute break so people can drink some blood, stretch their legs, and I will have some Cheetos. And
A little sippy cup.
A little sippy cup. Everybody, go stretch yourself. We will be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, gather round. Do you like ice cream? Do you like diet water? Do you like state-of-the-art animatronic people helping you? Well then, do I have news for you? You should come down to Hawkeye's old-time gaming emporium. Behind the counter, serving up the best refreshing streamed content, is our very own KY Hawkeye. But he is not alone. By his side are his two assistants, Virgil, the caramel cyborg, and Tori, short for Victoria. It is the best Twitch channel that is secretly an old-timey ice cream parlor on either side of the Mississippi, or the Rockies. And you should hear about the specials. Monday nights is Bonnie's Bonbons. That is a co-stream extravaganza with all the float sodas and sundaes you can shake a stick at. I can shake a stick at quite a lot of Sundays, but there is also a Fudge Rodin Sunday special on Tuesdays, and the famous 1, 2, 3 parfait on Wednesdays, where wrestlers meet up in the squared circle to work out their differences with some healthy wrestling-style fisticuffs. It is all good, clean fun. Hawkeye's old-time gaming emporium. Their milkshakes bring all the gamers to the yard, and their content is more exciting than any Nickelodeon. Take your horse and buggy to their address, twitch.tv/KY Hawkeye.
Things coming right back. Hi, everybody. We're back. We're back with the second half of Motor City Hollow Crown, Episode 2, Halloween. Everyone's trick-or-treating right now. What is it that are they tricking and treating? It is unclear. Prella notes, surely the darkness isn't that pastel. It is also still 1973, and the 70s get weird, is all I want to say. That is all I want to say. Also, 73, 74 is kind of like, oof. So, before we get back to our Elysium with some new kindred that you haven't seen before, and really, it's this huge packed group of people. Packed. I just want to share a story for no reason whatsoever. None. So here's the story. The show is called Motor City Hollow Crown. Motor City because that is the nickname for Detroit, because technological wonderness and also the auto industry. Yay! That's good, right? Yes. Hollow Crown, of course, Shakespeare reference, but in this case, right, because, you get the crown, but of course you find out that it is a hollow crown, turns to ashes. But this is the moment when a number of people of color start becoming mayors of major cities. And some sociologists noticed that when the disenfranchised finally get to be mayor of these major cities is the exact moment when those cities are being abandoned and their tax base is being stripped and they're losing everything. And so you work so hard to finally get to be there, right? To get to hold the crown. But you find that the crown is hollow. And so that is what Hollow Crown is doing in the title of this show. But I should just stop talking and get back to a conversation about who's going to be Prince. I mean, I was talking about mayorship, of course, is what I was talking about. And I appreciate that glass of blood wine there, Vin. So this, of course, has nothing to do with the princedom whatsoever. This is just really about, because those sociologists don't know about vampires, so they're clearly only talking about mayorships. Yeah. So Elena Ochoa has said that she feels as if it was Me Senora who was targeted and not the prince, because of her investigations at the scene of the crime. And our curtain opens.
I'll look over Kasim, because I know you know about us. Della's just staring at you.
7 practitioners, or 6, one of the two, were also killed last night. 7 or 6 under the guise of May. Yes, she was the true victim. There was a sniper set up to make sure she died that night. Like I said, it wasn't being Prince that got our Prince killed.
They ran as soon as they saw they were dead.
One of the Bruja on the back says, why do we care?
We care because May kept us safe in a way.
They were one
I
of
think
us.
that's a bit of a stretch.
No, it's not.
We cared because they were one of us, and someone killed one of us.
Well, only one of the ones that were killed were one of us. These other ones.
Elena says, no, they're all.
Thank you, Elena. They start targeting people who are different, who have abilities. We have quite a few of them in here.
Her death also makes activities for both Elena and I more difficult.
Elena nods.
You wanted to say something, Reverend?
Those without faith tend to suffer consequences such as these. It is clear, which I brought up to our former Prince Gains, that we needed a principle of faith within the kindred community. This was not something that Prince Gains felt was incredibly important. And I feel like that has had consequences that we are dealing with right now. We do not have strong faith and moral leadership within our community.
And you get to pick the faith?
I'm not saying that my way is the only way. Now, that's what I believe within my heart of hearts. However, everyone has their own ways of having and believing in who or what they want to believe in. I have talked to Muslim brothers and sisters. I have talked to Catholic brothers and sisters, and we have had a plethora of disagreements. But all of those hold faith in their hearts. The problem that I'm running into with many of us kindred is that the only people we have faith in is ourselves.
May was not one of us, in terms of she was not one of the undead, but she was a person of faith, just a faith that you do not recognize. There's a difference.
Look where that got her.
And you think you're... I understand your point, Reverend. But I believe this discussion is better suited for different times. For now, Elena, should we start the process to choose a new prince?
Yes, I think we should. And that is when Davis speaks up. Davis clears her throat. I need to bring up something, but I need everybody to be mellow. Everybody has to be mellow. Everyone. And she looks at Roscoe. Then she looks at the sheriff. Then she looks at Kasim. Mellow. As you all know, I'm the representative of all of those who do not have their own permission. So I'm the voice of the voiceless. You know? All sorts of people come to talk to me about their problems. Because I can dig it. Because I am down. Someone has come to tell me about their problems. And I would like permission to allow them to enter this place. I vouch for them. They're down with the struggle.
Who is it?
I don't think you know them.
Then
But-
no.
They've got important news.
Then who is it?
I could tell you their name, but I don't think it will mean anything to you.
Start with a name.
Well, so this cat is... She's sought me out to rap about some things some concerns we might have in common. And considering what Elena has said, I think that maybe it might be useful if I could give a whistle and let her in.
Name.
The names are meaningless because Lord knows we've had plenty of names ourselves. Is she one of us?
No.
No.
I'm going to have to agree with Miss Della on this particular situation. I cannot have I don't know what she is, visiting our Elysium.
Not only Elysium, this is my home. I
And
invited you in.
The sheriff is like agreeing with Della in this moment, and is like, she just crosses her arms. She doesn't say anything, but there's a vibe, right, that is just like a solidarity with Della and a hell no, right, coming from her.
Davis, why don't you...
I'll be happy to take this meeting outside of here. Absolutely.
Why don't you...
We
at
can
least
meet with them
relay-
outside of here.
One
That's
moment, please.
Sorry, proceed. Proceed.
Davis, just relay what she would have told you, and then we'll take a meeting with her privately.
She sought me out, man, not only because I'm the voice of the voiceless. And you hear a couple of rumblings in the back, those sort of kindred that don't yet have Primogen. But because we are simpatico, you know? Yes. Short
Sympathetic-
straw, Holloway.
Out of character, as she's talking,
Mhm.
she said
Mhm.
something that really got to me. She said, "Let me give a whistle."
Mhm.
So as she's
Mhm.
talking, Della's head moves
Mhm.
down, and
Mhm.
I'm gonna send out some scouts. Some
Mhm.
little critters
Mhm.
crawl out from the bottom
Mhm.
and through the floors, and yeah.
Mhm.
Also, I have
Mhm.
bugs everywhere. All they gotta do is find
Mhm.
another one. If
Mhm.
someone else is
Mhm.
anywhere within whistling distance, I should be able to find them.
That is true.
This is my
Why don't you
home.
get me what is it? Manipulate animalkin with your animalism.
Yes.
This is, by the way, you get a boon on this one.
Ooh, what's that mean?
I think. Do they give us in there? They just get like an
Extra
They
die.
just take an extra die.
So change pool size modifier to 1.
Yeah.
I have 4 successes.
You do indeed. As your bugs skitter out. And you can see Davis is like, not stalling, but trying to figure out the right way to describe what Kasim has asked her to explain. And go ahead.
Do you mean to tell me, like in a kind, whistling and us? Do you mean to tell me you brought a lupine here?
You know, I just feel like if we are just mellow about it, you know, it's like, it's okay. Like, she's chill. She's chill.
Now, Brother
She's
Kasim,
not.
Miss Davis has not steered us wrong so far. However, I am in absolute agreement that we do not bring one of them into our Elysium or into Miss Stella's home. But a meeting?
She's chill. Little beetle comes up. Beetles do not speak, they chitter. But you know what they say. There is a lone woman figure, not close, not that close, by a sewage grate, a runoff, large, down where it echoes. Far. Can't see them, you have to travel. Turn left, right. They're waiting. Alone. Fancy.
I'm assuming, Kasim, did you want to, you could have your conversation.
Yeah.
I think
that is being chittered while this conversation is happening.
Yeah, I think that like this is the time where we
Chill. I have known her for a while. It's okay.
outside.
And
Sorry.
you can tell the energy of the kindred here in this room are like, what is, like they seem concerned about this. There's like people are on edge. And Fatima, the sheriff, she looks fine, but you can tell that she is, she looks fine, but she is ready for any amount of violence at this point, right? Like it's a very subtle shift in her balance.
The muscles are coiled a little bit like a cat that is not quite in the pounce yet, but ready to be in that position.
And also, it's the kind of the sheriff there's something always disarming about her. She doesn't broadcast danger, but she's always ready for danger. She's the sort of person that once she will walk by you, and then after she's gone like 10 paces, you have been stabbed already, and you didn't even realize it until you fall over. Like, she's got this kind of like she doesn't go for showy, she goes for silent, and she is on alert.
That present shank 10 hands down at this point. You don't even know who had it.
Yeah. Yes. Like, you would not. Yeah. Yes. Yes. And Davis is trying to like.
A few beats after Kasim says to go outside, the rattling, the sounds inside of Della's starts making noise. Smart. Good acoustics. There's an exit close by to them. They can get outside. I just stare at Davis.
I didn't bring her in here. I just left her at the doorway, man.
Brought her in here.
All right. All right.
I
Now
believe you were already told what to do.
There's a voice that pipes up. Point order. And a man stands up. And he has got his hair slicked back in a kind of 1950s cut. He's wearing like a polo shirt with a leather jacket, but a nice leather jacket, not a biker jacket. A pair of not dress pants, because that would be too fancy and he's going into a sewer after all, but like a nice pair of chinos, perhaps, and some, penny loafers. He's dressed well, but he's dressing down. And he says, point of order, as I suspect the only Ventrue here, and he is, he's sort of a light tan, and he's got sort of brown hair that is all slicked back so that you can't tell if it has any body or not. He's got dark brown eyes. He's sort of ethnically ambiguous. He could be Hispanic. He's ethnically ambiguous. It's a little unclear. And he says, as I would just like to make for the record that we did not consult with Davis about bringing in this sort of threat into our Elysium. And I am newly arrived here in Detroit for business opportunities. I wanted to present myself to the prince, but it seems as if you don't have one. And it seems as if this is all chaos. What with inviting the lupine into a place? What kind of two-bit ridiculousness is this? If there needs to be a prince, it should definitely be a Ventrue. I stand for election. By the way.
And your name, please.
Yes. And he sort of waves to the crowd, who is for the most part not necessarily impressed by this person that they do not know at all. I am Sterling. Is my first name. Horatio is my middle name. Capistrano is my last name.
Clearly, the pleasure is all ours.
You, I appreciate. So, leadership and connections.
Just a moment. If I remember things correctly, and please correct me if I'm wrong, didn't the Ventrue abandon this city?
Not.
Took all of their considerable wealth away. And if I'm not mistaken, I just have to add this particular point. They weren't necessarily exactly welcoming to the people who look similar to us on this Primogen Council.
Yeah! And like you can tell, the crowd's getting angry.
I do believe there's still quite a few of us here that remember the former Ventrue Prince. And all the help he did.
Yes. Well, I am meaning no disrespect because as your future prince, because I am completely certain that you all will be wise and vote for your best interests. Were I to be your prince, I would, of course, recognize all of those who are currently here as good, upstanding members of the Camarilla. I would, of course, recognize all of the current Primogen, and they would maintain their power. I would also make sure they're representatives from the other clans who, let's face it, you have not given a voice to. Only some sort of gangrel who brings lupine into this place. That seems...
Now, that seems very disrespectful.
Also, isn't it one of your rules that they don't have a person for a person?
Well...
The Camarilla that you're going to bring
I'm
back into reinstating.
Yes, I mean, I don't think we could really call this the Camarilla, could we?
No,
Without
but if you bring
Ventrue
it back
here.
in and you bring in the rules
Mr.
back,
Sterling.
and then you actually make it more difficult for any of them to have a voice,
Well,
as is history with the Ventrue Prince of Detroit.
Mr. Sterling,
yes.
we appreciate your time here in our city, and we welcome you. But now I'm going to have to ask you to kindly get the hell out.
There is no prince. So,
So the Primogen, I'll look around at my fellow Primogen members, are in agreement.
Reverend, if
and
I may.
Roscoe stands, just stands to his full height, cracks his back, and just stands 2 steps forward. And Roscoe, who looks 80, 90 years old, just has another vibe. And then the sheriff steps a little bit more forward, has a bit of a vibe. And then there's some Nos in the corner who have a bit of a vibe. There are a
We
bunch
remember
of
that,
people
Prince.
here who have a
Love
bit of
you.
a vibe. Yeah, just, there's just a little bit of tension.
Charlotte, please speak.
I was simply going to say that this is a Ventrue and not the Ventrue that abandoned us. I
That is correct.
would give everyone a blank slate if I could. But Mr. Sterling, you do boast yourself that I know is known for your clan, but very, I hate to be harsh, but say improper.
Regardless, you've made a misstep today. See, your introduction, your standing up to be prince, you're asking for a Primogen. Well, that should come through your representative. Who's that again?
And Davis goes, that would be me.
Davis, did Mr. Campistrano consult you before standing today?
No, man, I haven't seen him before at all. And she is looking at him with a little aggression.
Well, then I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to make your requests of Davis so we may hear them.
I appreciate what you're doing, but I would think that a Ventrue would not have to speak to a gangrel to be heard.
You're above your own rules?
This quaint, random representative is not.
Sir,
Who is your seneschal?
sir, this is my home. You have insulted one of my guests. I would ask you to do the proper thing and please leave.
Well, it was interesting seeing this. Good evening.
Very interesting. Have a good evening.
Sheriff,
And, the horde will come out, the hive. They will lead you out.
can you please ensure that Mr. Sterling is completely removed from the city?
She smiles and she says, yes, of course. I'm afraid you've broken quite a few of the traditions. Let me instruct you on that as we walk out. And she smiles at one of the beetles. Bella. Lottie.
Davis, I do ask that you stay and perhaps Mr. Sterling can witness proper Camarilla procedures. We must elect a prince.
And Davis nods.
Speaking of which, Davis, Luther, your votes.
Wait, are we gonna do this out loud?
No, just
Okay.
should we elect a new prince? Should we go through the procedures? Technically speaking, we all have to vote. Yours are
Oh.
well, and mine. We abstain as the Banu Akim. Go ahead, you two.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's a good question.
Well, Davis, you have the
And she
floor,
seems
so
like she's pondering what her answer is going to be. She's just like trying to figure out what her answer is going to be.
fine. Luther, do you have a vote now? Would you like to think?
If the council is in agreement that we should elect a new prince, then absolutely.
Yeah. I think that'd be a good idea. We've got a lot of trouble happening on the horizon. We should probably elect a new prince. Absolutely.
In that case, I'd like to declare praxis.
And the kindred in the room are like, oh. Now it's like, oh, okay.
Wait, what's that mean? What's that mean? I feel like I should know that. April doesn't know what that means.
It basically means that I am putting myself up as one to be elected as prince.
You nominate
Okay,
yourself
okay,
as assistant.
okay, cool. That's what that means. I was real scared. That was like, I declare myself king and I'll fight everyone for it.
No.
Short straw Holloway!
I look at the crowd. I look at Fatima right before she escorts you know who out. I look at my clan. And then
We're a
queerly
bit
I look at,
divided.
they're a bit divided. And then queerly I look at Davis.
Mhm.
I also declare praxis.
So that's 3 of us then? Do I have to say it? I declare praxis. Woohoo!
Short straw Holloway!
You're welcome. You're gonna hate it when I
Elena
lose.
says, I do not declare praxis. As Tremere, I have much to study. There are businesses that are quite pressing. And Davis, I do not think, considering everything that has happened this evening, you should declare praxis either. Don't you agree? And Davis is a bit surprised by that. Like, what was that? Chill?
I don't think Lottie ever joined the rest of the Primogen back up on like the crates and the chairs. What she does is just further engross herself with the crowd and actually like just joins the circle or whatever formation the Samitsi have made.
And there's like a little bit of a hubbub around Lottie. Someone's like, should declare praxis.
I like to believe that my voice is your voice. What you consider, I will consider with the utmost faith and heart. I don't need this grandstanding to succeed. But if you wish me to step forward, I will step forward. I cannot promise the city, I cannot promise princedom, but I will listen.
One of the Tremere steps towards you and says, Oh, no. It would not be Clan Tremere that would step forward to speak to you. It would be the Hakata. One of the Hakata, and they do death magic, says, we would support you.
Thank you.
Steps back. And Roscoe goes, I'm not running. Just so you know, and I'm gonna just say it before it's too quick. I know you all want me to run for Prince, but I have a bad heart. My ticker couldn't take it. I know you don't have to say it. You want me to be Prince real bad. I know. You want me to be Prince last time as well. I understand that. And it's with a heavy burden. And also I took an arrow to the knee a long time ago, which says I cannot declare praxis.
Venture no more. Helena, I'd vote for you.
I know. But I support whoever becomes the Prince.
Leaning
because
toward,
unity.
leaning towards
Then he
Stella,
sits down.
Kazim just quietly, really quietly says, "Did anyone ever want him as Prince?"
Leans over. One of the few times it would have been funny, though. We'll see.
Sure. I'm also sure his heart gave out at least, 50 years ago.
Oh, yeah,
Thank you,
there is a
Brother
movie.
Roscoe.
And like he sits down, and there are a couple like
So what do we do now? Vote, grandstand, promise things?
Not necessarily grandstanding, but on behalf of my clan, I do also declare praxis. I'm sorry.
Don't apologize, you're fine.
Lottie, you see Della smile at you. And like a good job.
Okay, so clearly the council has a decision to make. Just like last time, we alone, amongst ourselves, should vote for who will become our next prince. However, there is a voice, technically speaking, that has not been heard. Darkness.
and darkness stands.
You gonna be Prince?
Oh, no. No. I do not want to be Prince. I want to be Primogen. I just got the seat. I would like to be in that space.
But think of how good you'd look in a crown.
I know. Except kind of going for a different look. That said, I just thought I would go over some things that everyone here assembled. This is a Primogen Council vote. You should make sure you speak to your representative about your desires, what it is you want, what you're interested in, who you think should become Prince. And I'm sure they will vote. I certainly will take into account Chicken Bone, what you're thinking, of course. Also you, Styx, absolutely. But this is not a vote of everyone. It's a representative democracy, not a direct democracy. So while everyone's thoughts and feelings are important, there is beauty in the system that works perfectly. And this system is something special. So I think we should have just a few moments for everyone to speak to their Primogen and share their feelings, to take that into account. And I would say, as a person who has walked more than one runway, I understand the power of drama and dramatics. I think that after a small soiree moment, 15, 20, 10, 5, whatever minutes for us all to speak with our constituents, that the actual vote be held behind so we can make a grand announcement. Mm-hmm.
With a flair of dramatic, I love it. Let's do this.
Excellent. Toreador, or anyone who wants to speak with me, I will be in that corner because it has the best lighting. Everyone? Toreador? Sticks, come on.
The more we talk to this character, the more I love darkness. I'm not gonna lie. The darkness is growing on me, and I might vote whatever darkness votes.
Darkness heads off to court, and Roscoe's like, Bruja!
It's working.
Get it together! That corner. And people start moving to their spaces while I make a poll for our chat right now.
Is that
Just
the 40 kindred in the room?
Brothers and
It is the
sisters
40
of the
kindred in the
Lasombra.
room.
I
may
do want to
speak.
pull Kasim aside for a quick second before you split off.
This is that moment.
Because you were sitting next to me.
Oh, yeah.
I also need a moment with Lottie.
Mm-hmm.
I see how this is lining up!
Mm-hmm. I'm just saying, the Toreador understands this is the moment for politics, but also does not want the vote in front of everybody. Just like give people some space.
How many of them do we have? I don't think we have it more than they have. I'll pull you aside. How many people are in danger, roughly?
What do you mean in danger? People are in danger every day.
What the assassination attempt was about. How many of us? Where does it stop? Bruja? Not Bruja. Tremere?
Truth is, they got lucky last night. She was the only target that mattered to them so far. That may change, but for now, they're mostly celebrating. They're putting on a big show. There's cops in the street as we speak, just going to town and scouting every teenager within a 30-mile radius. I will say this. What Elena said is not wrong.
I agree.
No, I mean literally not wrong. There are enough rumors to fill a bucket. It's not stress calling the shots. It's something else. Put it down. Put it away.
Well, if it comes down to it, or if they were willing or want to, we can protect a lot of people down here, or at least hide them.
Yes, that I agree with. I will.
Something
Man,
to
I
think
had it.
about.
We had an understanding. I should be able to find some of our old contacts and see what their plans are. Do you want to be Prince?
I want to be able to protect the people that need to be protected. And if that means becoming Prince and taking that on, I will do that.
Likewise.
I do not want it for any type of power.
Likewise. But something about what Luther said stuck out to me. no one would ever suspect me walking around to be one of us or to be any kind of leader. Which means that if we were to pick me, I'd be less of a target at least.
She leans a little close. It's fun to be the target, though.
Wish Luther understood what it's like to be the target for once.
I think he does. He hides it behind everything else, though.
That trademark smile of his.
One day we can rip it off his face. But not really.
That would be Lottie that would rip the
I know. I looked at Vin when I said it. You just can't tell.
One more thing.
Mm-hmm.
Something is off with Davis. I don't know what it is, but it's off.
Davis wouldn't have done this before.
Davis wouldn't have waited to vote before. The hemming and hawing, that's not Davis.
A lot's happened in the last night. People are
Maybe.
scared and shaken up.
I hope that's all it is.
Well, all we can do is try to speak with our people and keep them calm. What's the face? What's the face? What'd I say?
Not you.
Oh,
Not
okay,
you.
I was like, ah!
The chat voted in their poll. Let's just say that.
I have it covered.
Good.
people are milling about speaking. And a lot of people speak to Davis because Davis is covering all of those clans that basically only have like one or two people in the city that don't have enough, or just one, sometimes three. Like there's a couple of clans with 3 people, but they still don't have a permission because that's a bit awkward if there's just one permission and 2 other people. So there's a lot of people going on and talking, and you can tell there's also discussions of what can we get if we vote for so and so. What can we get, right? So there's a lot of the kindred are not themselves, they're not the Primogen, they don't get to vote, but they're just like, well, this is what we want. Can we get this? But then people are also like, is there actually a lupine like out there? Like, so there's like all of a sudden like, well, why would there be a lupine here? And there are a number of people who are speaking to the various, and people are not only just staying within their Primogen, right? They're also, let me see, I gave it a 2 minutes is what I gave it.
I just look, it's not up there.
Yeah. And they're talking to other Primogen. People are like, oh, there's like a lot of a dispersion in that moment. Meanwhile, Bao and Fatima are watching entrances and exits at the moment, is what they're doing. Because as everybody is politicking, they're like, well, this seems like people are not focused. Let me keep votes out. I just want to say for the record, Sterling Horatio Capistrano did not get any votes, which I feel like is pretty rude, but...
Oh man, that's sad.
Mm.
I think
There's
if
a
you
bit
gave him
of
more
a-
time, someone would vote. There's someone in there who wants to vote for him. That's why they keep wanting more time.
So it's like, I want to vote for Sterling. There's a bit of a hubbub for Kasim. That's chat's vote. And
Cool.
the darkness says, everyone, is it time?
I have
Well,
to have my
didn't
moment
you have one? You have a moment.
with Miss Hughes. And
Oh,
I also
yes,
have
indeed.
passed on a couple of notes.
Thank you. Just gonna look at them while you
I'm
chat.
going to send you a few things. what I
Yes.
passed on to the Toreador Primogen and the Bruja Primogen. Let's just say some wheeling and dealing is going to happen.
Oh, I'm excited about it. Just be sitting here.
Sister Hughes, could I have a moment of your time in private, please?
Of course, Reverend.
And I pull you aside into a bit of a corner away from people. I don't expect that nobody's listening at all, but you know.
But there's a
People know
lot
better
of
around
politicking going on. So people are like, there's like one of the things about everybody having to talk all at once means that everybody's talking all at once, right?
Uh-huh. Like, I don't want to be too far away from people because I want us to be kind of drowned out by people at the same time. So it's just kind of over to the side.
I would like to ask, like, before any conversation happens, how shadowy is this corner? Just casually asking.
It's a great question.
Well,
I would have made a point to make sure this place didn't, because there's a lot of Nos who like to hide. So it was kind of like there's not going to be
It's
a
well
lot of
lit,
super
is what you're saying?
Yeah, to make everyone comfortable.
Okay.
Yeah.
To make everyone comfortable, it's well lit.
That one,
That's
min-
fine.
that one sole minister in this entire congregation of 40 is really, really uncomfortable right now.
It's fine.
it's fine.
All right, let's cut to the chase, Miss Hughes. I understand that you may have been privy to some information that other people may not have in the Primogen Council, if you catch my drift.
I do, unfortunately.
I believe that I'm in a great position to potentially become the prince of this city. I don't need anything from this city. I want to see this city improve. I see a lot of other people here on our council who may choose war or choose peace to the detriment of their own people. I like to play a little bit between. Politics is a language of war that we have right now. And so I'm politicking with you. Should I have the votes of the Samisi, then you will become my seneschal. I understand I still owe you a boon. We've discussed that at a later date. That way you don't have to put yourself in the immediate danger of potentially being exploded, just in case we are wrong and they are targeting our kind. And I'm a hard person to target. I mean, honestly, I'm everywhere. It'd be very hard to just off me and nobody particularly care. Community leader, church leader, all that. It's very hard to get rid of one of us without a bit of a hubbub in the city. I would say I'd give you time to make this decision, but that seems something we are short of tonight.
Reverend, I hope you know that I do not like you. I
Yes.
don't like the way you speak. I don't like the way you grandstand. And the fact that you want to keep talking when I am talking is very rude. Luckily, I think that a kingmaker is more powerful than a king. And I think it's wonderful that you wish to paint a target on your back, on your lovely suits, in your lovely car, in your lovely congregation that you killed to make a number. You have my vote, and you have my loyalty as Seneschal. But I do expect changes here. Starting with that mouth. Do I make myself clear?
Loud and clear, Miss Hughes.
Wonderful.
And I step away.
Any other conversations that need to have before the darkness pulls a curtain, please do. I'm just making notes.
Question for the crowd. I never left the stage, really. I don't move very much.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, that just felt, I don't know if that was April or my character. Can I have seen that Lottie was tense during this interaction or anytime?
Oh.
Because we're friends.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'll say so.
Yeah. Okay.
I like to imagine like there was a certain level like of rigidity that's never seen on her face, especially not in public.
Mm-hmm.
When you go back to your clan or like leave Luther, I would probably grab you for a second. I come down off the stage, and that's when I go talk to the Nas and anyone else who wants to. And I stop. Are you okay?
Oh, I'm fine. Just a little campaigning before the voting commences.
With your new prince?
I would hope not.
We've had worse. We could do
I know,
better,
and we can do
but
worse.
we've had worse.
Oh,
Half tempted to vote the Sterling in just to watch him fall. The talk of us all leaving again has been on the table. We all know this is there.
listen, there is not at stake.
There is. But
I know we have lives upon lives to live, but my Zoom just went a little weird. Am I still here?
Prince,
Yes,
stop it. Reverend, stop it. Stop fucking with Vin's Zoom so we can't politic. I don't know how you're doing it.
I
but I'm
don't have that
blaming you.
clan bane in this game. I got the alternate clan bane.
Damn.
Okay. Long story short, Lottie is concerned with the city and doesn't want to abandon it. That was my speech that got taken away.
I'm sure that was an amazing speech. Lottie, you say things so well. I wish I was half as good at saying things as you. Hell, I'm half tempted to vote for you.
Please, I do not want to be prince.
Yeah, I know that feeling. But I'd rather have someone who did want it, who actually wanted the best for the people. Not their people.
Look, whatever happens, I will do my best to keep the city intact.
I believe you. I talked to Elena. Talked to a few others. And I will talk to you now. There's something coming. There's someone coming. There's something hurting people. If you need it, if you want it, you can come down here. There's plenty of room, and there's places where we can keep you safe. And we have more lookouts down here than up there. As you see, like, a beetle, like, crawl across and into the jacket, giving me, like, real-time tracking information of who's in the sewer and where all the scouts are.
It's appreciated, Della. Truly. But I can take care of myself. Don't forget
I
who I
believe
am.
That's this city's been on fire before, and fire is horrible.
Oh yeah, so figuratively and literally.
Just know.
I guess we should just get this over with. Of course.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Roscoe walks up to you two. All right.
Yes. I love him.
I'm doing my due diligence. I'm going to ask each one of you a question.
Shoot.
Are you ready? Okay. Are you
Yes, sir.
prepared to make lots of war ghouls? If you are prince, tell me how you're going to keep the city. We've got a war going on, and I know that you can make all sorts of murder chairs or something. Or if you are going to be prince, are you going to go to war with murder chairs? Whatever it is. I want to know what kind of general you're going to be. Speak up.
Well, okay. I don't intend to make a furniture store out of people. That would be very crass and uncouth of me. I am well trained in flesh crafting. Again, no chairs, but I would possibly do a bit of espionage. I have considered going as the late captain and destroying his base by being kind. Dismantling and rebuking stress, but I don't know enough to emulate him. And also, I only declared praxis because my clan wanted me to. I have no plans of ascending the throne.
All right. Bella, how do you plan to wage war? War is clearly coming. So, what are you gonna...
Protect those who need protecting, and those who can, go out. And when she says that, one of the beetle flies off of her shoulder, and you probably have not noticed this unless you paid close attention, but the whole walls, just like a wave of a ripple goes up and into the walls and into the sewers. And for flavor, if you'll allow,
Please.
as you hear a little bit of echoing, and then you hear murmurs of people going like talking, just like bugs, or as just the sounds of the people who live in the sewer start coming through.
All right, I've got to go ask everyone else how they're going to commit war. Excuse me. Evening.
And remember, Roscoe, there's plenty of room down here if anyone needs to come down to think and figure out the next steps. In peace.
Kasim! Wait.
Roscoe, yes.
Kasim! I'm asking you a question.
Of course.
We're in a war. How are you going to wage war? You need a war prince. Not going to get murder chairs, that's all right. But how are you going to be my war prince?
Well, first I'll carry off what Gaines suggested. We win this political battle, and as stress falls apart, we find certain targets who know more about the state of the city, and we take them out one by one so they don't suspect it coming. As much as I hate to admit it, Nichols needs to live, at least for now. But that doesn't mean we cannot take out a lieutenant or two in the meantime. I'm especially looking towards the supposed Inquisition forces in the city, whoever they may be. And I think our first step beyond the political human arena is finding out just how much this Inquisitorius knows. It starts with espionage, then with assassinations, and then with winning.
Okay. I'm going to ask you a follow-up question, you young whippersnapper. If you're going to send somebody in undercover, scope out things. Who would you do it? Who would you send in there undercover? I suppose I should ask about Seneschal, but I don't care about that. Undercover assassin, go ahead.
My dear friend Roscoe, I'm already undercover.
Wait. You're telling me you're not really a vampire?
No. I'm telling you that up above, they think I'm a police officer.
That's how you get all that information. All right.
Of course it is.
Reverend. Yes.
I'm
Yes, sir,
nodding.
Brother Roscoe.
I'm asking my questions of the candidates. The issues on the minds of the people. That people being me. We need a war prince. Because we've got a war. How are you going to be a war prince? I know you can't make murder chairs, so what you got?
Brother Roscoe, have you ever been to my church?
I have been twice.
So imagine for a moment, if you will, since we're speaking of murder chairs, pews filled with kind, filled with them. And they are our wall against our enemies. You see, they are the ones that will be in danger. I have them in the palm of my hands. And with the right words, they will go out and fight our wars for us, fight each other. We do not have to get our hands dirty. Now, if we choose to, absolutely we can. But we can use them to fight our wars for us. And we can gather our people together and make precision, surgical-like strikes.
I will say this. 2 times I went to your church. I sat in your pews, and it was murder. Because they were so hard or padded. It's a joke.
You know, I've heard some complaints like that, so it's hitting me a little bit in particular.
Oh,
we're
no.
working on some fundraising for that. Maybe a car wash or something of the set.
Oh, at the car wash.
Bake sale.
You need softer chairs. I have got quite a lot of cash saved up underneath a mattress.
No, you hold on to that, Brother Roscoe. We might need that in case we have to make a quick escape, just in case the hunters start to go a little buck wild.
Yeah, well, last time I ran into some hunters, I killed about 7 of them with my cane. And sit down. Murder chairs, murder pews. Roscoe sits himself down. Other conversations?
You're muted.
Yes, I got that, Jess. I'd like to talk to Fatima if possible. And, you know, the rest of my clan.
Yeah.
I've already talked to my clan. We're on the same page.
One thing we're not going to do is talk to each other.
No, you gotta send the secret messages. That's what
I sent secret messages already.
Yeah,
Don't worry.
that's what the direct messages were for, was for clan talk.
Fatima comes back. She's like near the door, so that if somebody's going to try to come into this place, there are a couple of entrances and exits, and bows at one and she's at one of the others. No one's getting in without having to pass by her. And if they come in, they're probably not going to see her because she's up against the wall. Just, you know, in case. And she sees you and she sort of nods as you sort of approach her. And she smiles in that way that says, oh, a person who's in my clan who I don't know particularly well, as there are people who are milling about sort of in the area. And there are some other clan members, and there's a little bit of a sort of like a debate going on. Now, she herself is not part of this debate because she has a job to do. But you can hear there's a little bit of the debate is actually not about who should be prince. The debate is about whether or not the Banu Hakim should care about this, because they're moving into Dearborn. This is actually like they don't have to be involved, right? This is like there's sort of a debate about whether or not what does it mean to be actually here at all, right? You know what I mean? Like maybe even, and then somebody says, Well, if he does not win this vote, he can just become Prince of Dearborn. We could just do that. Is something you hear as you are sort of walking in to where your clan is talking. And they quiet when you arrive.
I understand it took many of you by surprise, but time was short and I had to make a fleeting decision. I understand what we've all been saying. That we have internal discord. That many of us are planning to move to Dearborn. I understand. However, having us lead does a thing in our favor. We don't have an agenda other than its simple existence. Every vote, save 2 now, I've abstained from, if they did not concern us. But there was a reason why I did vote when it came to our prince. Our first one. Because the truth is, whatever happens here, happens to us there. And many of us are still in this city. Call in what favors you
Dev
have.
speaks up, and Dev says, look, I have already moved to Dearborn. I don't know why I should care what these politics are. This is a better place for us there at Dearborn. If there is... We don't need them.
Imagine the worst scenario. Nichols becomes mayor of Detroit. Stress expands. Their work with the Inquisition gets copied by other cities elsewhere. How quick or how slow would Dearborn be to fall? A day? A night? 2? It doesn't matter if you care for the people of this city or not. Care for yourselves. Call in what favors you have. Because trust me, if it's... I respect the Reverend. I know what he stands for. But it cannot be what the city stands for.
Fatima speaks up, and she says, Kasim, I know that we have only just met here in Detroit. She gives you this nod. So I have not known you very long. But... And I'm not inclined to support you, of course. I tend to abstain as well. But... And she sort of turns to the rest of the Banu Hakim. Although I have no strong feelings about Kasim, I would support him. He strikes me as someone of conviction and honor bound. Someone who doesn't like shy, overly sweet. And she looks at Dev and a couple of the other Banu Hakim. And has a little bit of consternation about what to do about this, right? Because some of them know her but don't know you. Some of them know you but don't know her. And they sort of nod and think about it. And she says, Detroit is an opportunity. An opportunity that I believe that all of our Primogen recognize. Other cities, we would not be necessarily welcomed as Primogen, only as guests or members without a vote. This could be the beginning of something new with the right leadership. But make no mistake, this city will need the Banu Hakim. We must stay united, no matter what, because they are coming. And when I say they, I don't mean the Second Inquisition. I mean the Ventrue. She just leans back on the wall.
You're right, we've just met.
Yes, we've just met.
And yet I know
There's just
that
like a
you have
tiny smile.
quite the amount of wisdom. Thank you, Fatima.
She nods.
We're at a disadvantage. I don't think Della wants to be prince. And to be honest, I don't blame her. Lottie... no idea. But I know Luther wants it. Wants it badly. And unfortunately for us, he has made more friends and more enemies than anyone in this room. He's played the part for longer than we've had a Prince Gains. So if you will stand with Fatima and I, in the brief time we have, what, 5 minutes left? Stand in the way of that. If not, I'm still your Primogen, and for now I do not blame you, nor will I stand against you. But I am asking.
Dev says, there may be a call for us to go and leave. We may not be permanently. There are always contracts. And our homes are being bombed.
We do not know when this war will end, and we do not know when we will be able to go back. Our homes are being bombed. Build new ones. You're doing it in Dearborn, do it here. This place has many things. It does not welcome us as openly as it should. Oh, they glad hand. They say that we're one of them, but we're not, and we know it. So we have a choice to make. We either ally with them, let them bulldoze over us in their rush to kill everyone else, or at the very least, use. Or we stand with those who would be taken and make the choice to ally our strength with theirs. I will tell you this. Our people are dying all over the world. We have nothing in common with the elite here. But we have a lot in common with the poor, with the common, with the underprivileged. We can find a home here, at least for now. Do not treat this as a temporary homestead, or you may find you have no home at all. Now, if you'll excuse me, unfortunately, I have some more handshaking to do. This is
And Dev looks a bit embarrassed by what you said. You know, he looks a little bit embarrassed, a little ashamed by what you said. You know. You can tell, right, that he's sort of like, those were, and also you stung him a little bit because he had money back home, right? He had quite a bit of money back home, and
Bet he did.
he did. You know, he was a Brahmin. He figured he'd be fine, and maybe a little bit less so, you know. And so there was a little bit of you sort of hit him a little bit where he kind of thought, I'm a white guy, and you're like, you are not, right? He was like, my money will sort of buy me whiteness, and
Oh, sweetie.
yeah, it was not true, right? And so he, you know, you sort of hit him in a way that you can tell kind of he shuts up, right, as you sort of walk away. Is it time for the vote?
I believe Luther might want to talk to his clan.
Indeed.
Oh,
no, he's
my
got
clan's
them on
fine.
lock.
Yeah, my clan's fine. Don't worry.
And they are present. You know what I mean? Like, they are around.
They would absolutely not miss this moment.
They're, every single one of them are here. Every single La Sombra.
And I just send I just take a little piece of paper as we sit back down, and I slide it over to Della. And it just simply says, and nothing else on there, remember what I've done for the Nas.
Darkness goes, everyone, and she just gives a look to bow. Just a glance. I would like to ask our Primogen, who is the picture of grace and hospitality, Della, where would you like the assembled kindred to assemble to give us privacy for our vote? Muted.
I think she just looks around the room and points to a curtain. You could just pull that. And she has the old tents and stuff are like pinned, and so the room could be changed by moving curtains and set pieces.
You point out the curtain. I'm sorry, this is a moment. You point out the curtain. She sees the curtain. She sees the fabric of the curtain. Oh. And she says, yes. And then they move the curtain with the most flourish you could ever imagine. And when he finishes pulling this sort of curtain, which I imagine was probably a big top material, right, across, there is glee in their face as this exceedingly dramatic moment happens with this curtain just like run across. And once it's across, they poke their head out to the other side and says, all of you behave. And puts the curtain back and joins the table.
Everyone's dead. On the other side of that curtain now.
And they just say, I love what you've done with this place.
Thank you. Reminds me of
you have an eye for art. Oh. Ooh. And all of a sudden you can see that the darkness is like imagining what your home might have been like. And like, you can imagine that they're imagining it much bigger and grander than it might have actually been. But there's like amazing acoustics.
They're picturing The Greatest Showman when it's really Carnival.
Yes. yes. That's what it is, really. Yes. And so you're all alone.
Roll into the sewers.
Yes.
Absolutely.
And the darkness says, and so it begins, and just sits back. Davis says, so, look, can I say? I feel like we can't vote. My friend. They've been getting killed, man.
A meeting
They're
tomorrow.
being targeted too.
A meeting tomorrow. Not today, not here, not like this.
No, but I'm just letting you know. Like, someone's taking them out too, man. And like, they thought it might have been us, but I was like, no. We are groovy.
Davis, the Lord
If you
forgives
need-
us all, even the lupine. We will be there.
Davis, if you're scared, we could find a place down here.
No, it's not about fear, man. What I'm saying is that whatever it is that's coming, it's like, it's not just us, right? Like, it's also the lupine. And I know that's complicated between, you know?
I think you're right, and I think we do need to speak with them. But you don't spring that on someone. We had that discussion and we pick a safe place to meet. That's with
Okay,
anyone.
It's cool. It's cool.
But we will meet. And with anyone else who we think might be in danger.
All right, fellow Primogen, is this an open vote or a closed vote?
Closed?
Roscoe says, well, we did open last time.
Oh, okay.
That's how come I know you all voted.
Well then, let us
Who
begin.
wants to vote for themselves first?
I'm not voting for myself, I told you already, even though I know you all want me to run for Prince. I'm not doing it.
Next time then, Roscoe, promise.
All right, let's just go in alphabetical order to make this simple. Charlotte Hughes.
Are we... the darkness is... Are we doing it alphabetically by clan or by name?
By name. Who wishes to vote for Miss Charlotte Hughes?
Oh, wait, I'm so sorry. Are we going by... Are we asking for people to give their vote by their first name or by candidate's name? That seems different.
By their
I hate
first
to
name.
admit this, but I'm agreeing with them. Do you want us to like raise our hand for voting for Lottie,
Just-
or
Yes.
are you asking Lottie who they're voting
Wait.
for?
No,
If you
I'm
don't mind-
saying who's going to vote for.
Reverend?
Yes.
I
Absolutely.
feel like that is not nearly as dramatic. I think we can go alphabetical by person's name and they say who they're voting for. That feels to me the best. Or
Makes sense.
ultimate dramaticness. So,
Charlotte Hughes, who do you vote for?
I understand that my name is Charlotte. I was expecting the L in Lottie, but I, Lottie Hughes of Clan Samitsi, vote for Reverend Luther for Prince.
That's one for Luther. Della. No, sorry. That's a me make fuck up, by the way. Davis.
Davis smiles. And she sort of struggles with this for a moment.
I understand that you do not represent a monolith, but so do we all. All you can do is judge by what your people need. And make a decision as best as you can based on that. There is no wrong answer. Except, what's his name, Sterling? That would be a wrong answer.
Oh, yes. I need to make a roll. One moment.
Welcome.
I need to make a roll.
What do you have to roll, huh? What do you
I
have to
know what's being
roll?
Nothing.
rolled.
Is it to resist something?
So do I. I know
don't
exactly
know.
what's happening.
What? It could be. That's weird. I'm gonna make
He
my
walks in with
roll.
3 votes in the pocket.
Oh gosh.
4d10. I needed 1 success, and I got it. Because it's a level 1 blood bond. And she like thinks about this really hard, and you can see that it's like she's trying to figure out the right answer. The answer, there's so many, it's like what Kasim said. It's a conflicted constituency. She says, oh, feel like and she stops for a moment and she goes, what's our policy on new Primogen?
If they have quorum, they get to choose a Primogen. We accept them or reject them based upon their perceived threat. So basically, the darkness, as we just proved, has a quorum. None of us objected, so we let it through. Regardless, if we had rejected darkness, is it forgive me, darkness or the darkness?
The darkness.
Great. If we had
Splash.
rejected the darkness, the Toreador, by virtue of what was said, would still be able to pick a new Primogen. That was never in doubt.
What about, I mean, look, there are a lot of like cats, you know, in the city who are just, I mean, there are not all of them, most of them not, but there are lupine who can be allies, man. And I don't know, there are like other things. Like, are we gonna be open? Or are we gonna be closed, man?
We joined
Tomorrow
with
we
May.
talk to them.
Sorry, you know, Dill, I'm sorry about like, it was just like, I just found out before I got here, you know? So I'm sorry if I was disrespectful.
It's okay. Please, just next time, let me know when you're bringing someone unfamiliar into a home.
Cool. Do I have to, it's hard, man, because like, there's so many people with like good choices, you know? Okay, so feel like gotta go with Lottie.
That is one for Reverend Luther and one for Lottie. Della.
Yeah.
Good vote. She stares at Lottie and Reverend Luther, now knowing 100% everything that happened between Lottie and Luther. Well, not everything, but the conversation. I'm sorry, Luther.
Luther.
Davis. The darkness just writes things.
We can do more outside of this than inside of it. And she's Ella's speaking to you, Kasim.
Elena.
There are dangers happening in the city that are big. And they require an openness to things that might be seen as Kasim. I'm voting for Kasim.
Understood. Thank you. I believe, if I understand my letters right, that Luther, it's your turn. Well, damn, that was mistaken me again. Actually, no. Kasim doesn't answer. I do push it to Luther. Luther, it's your turn.
I do believe I'll do what is needed to bring Detroit into a better time. I vote for myself.
3, 1, and 1. Roscoe.
Ah, right. So, I know you keep asking me, but I am not voting for myself for Prince. I'm not even running for Prince. So please stop asking.
Oh, Roscoe, I'm sorry. I was meant to vote for you.
No, I know you were, but I told you not to. I appreciate that. Look, I've got one big main concern, and that is violence. We need to have a lot of it, or be prepared to be able to do it. Slow or fast. Gotta be able to be ready. And here's what I'm gonna say. I asked each one of you who will be the best war prince, because that's what we need, a war prince. Now, my number one choice would have been Lottie, but she's not going to make any murder chairs, so then that's not my vote. So, I've got to choose between who's next. Now, Della, you know I like you. I have known you for quite some time. You've always been out and about, more like in and within, and I think you are excellent. But don't strike me as a war prince. Strike me as more like a seneschal or something. If I were the prince, I would make you my seneschal, but I'm not gonna be prince no matter what you say. And it's not because you voted for me, even though you did vote for me and I told you not to.
One day.
This leaves me. I know you can't push me to being prince just yet. Too young. This leaves me now with the Reverend and Kasim. Now here's what I'm gonna say about this. The Reverend, I feel like he's from my own hometown. He's not. I think he's from the old world or something. But he feels like kin. And I've been to his church twice. Very nice. It's very good. I like him. I like his sass. But last night, there was a fire. Our prince was screaming. And one person came out to try to save the prince because somebody else was obfuscated.
You got me.
I got you, because you're obfuscated. And the one person who came out to save the prince was Kasim. And that shows me the heart of somebody who should be prince. So my vote is for Kasim.
3, 2, and 1. The darkness. Congratulations, your first true vote.
Oh, me.
Yes.
I'm looking at my notes, and it looks like I haven't voted yet.
You do have the
Oh.
right to abstain.
Mm-hmm.
You were not forced to do anything.
Well, let me think. Oh, no one has abstained, have they?
Not yet.
I abstain. I abstain.
3, 2, 1. And my vote goes for myself, so I'm afraid, Lottie, that you will not be prince tonight.
At least you got a vote.
I'm truly.
Which leads us to be tied between myself and Reverend Luther.
Ooh. That seems exciting. Oh, do you mind? May I announce that there's a tie and we're going to extra deliberations?
Go ahead.
But I won't say who the tie is between.
Brilliant idea. It could be between all 5 of us.
And the darkness gets up and sort of like glides over to the curtain and pokes their head out and says, "Excuse me, everyone. We'll be just a few more moments. There is a tie." And glides back and sits down.
I'm afraid we never had a tie before. Last time we did, I voted for the first time, so...
Yes.
Your
Roscoe
vote
goes,
for the second tie created the second tie.
True.
So, does that mean I'm Prince? I'm not going to take
Roscoe's
it.
Prince.
Do you
Nope.
want to be prince?
No.
Well,
I
then
mean,
you're
I know
not.
you want me to be Prince, but I'm not going to do it.
I believe we need to consult with the sheriff.
No, I think we just simply need to convince the darkness to actually vote.
We
Me?
do not force people to vote who do not wish to vote.
It is not forced.
We don't coerce either.
It's not coerced. We politic. Is that not what we're doing here today, at this point? Darkness. What would
Yes.
convince you to vote? Excuse me, the darkness.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Clan Toreador. Suffers in the exact same way the Nosferatu suffer. We are both stricken with a stereotype about who we are. In ways that flattens our complexity. They call us roses. Some maybe roses. I like to think of myself as a bit more of a black rose. But we have lilies and weeds. Weeds are also flowers. This Detroit is a Detroit that is different and new. It's a Detroit that welcomes people who have never been welcomed before. And too many times, we Toreador are assumed always to be fancy. I happen to be fancy. But I don't like it. I don't like the way that people treat us as if we are always frivolous and empty-headed.
The people on this council, though you know them not enough, times will change that, of course. We knew Gains, Prince Gains, a Toreador, one of your clan. And we knew his intelligence, respected who he was. Perhaps we did nothing to fight against the stereotypes. For that, we apologize. I should say, on behalf of all of us, apologize. But we do not see you as frivolous or empty-headed. That I can promise you. Even Luther, although we are on opposite sides of this debate, has just acknowledged that your voice needed to be heard. That's not because he treats you like you are nothing, nor do I.
No matter who you vote for. Oh, sorry.
No.
Please continue. My bad.
You sit at this table. That alone is enough. As Della said, no matter who you vote for. My apologies for cutting you off.
What I was going to say was both of these people have been good at respecting others. As much as it doesn't always sound like it. As she looks at Reverend Luther. And have both done a great deal of work to make sure clans like Nosferatu are accepted. Reverend Luther himself has gone out of his way to come down here on multiple occasions. And hasn't scoffed at any of us. Which, even I have. It's hard not to do sometimes. No matter how much I disagree with either of them, or agree with them, I do think, looking at Kasim, there is more to do that cannot be done as Prince, and could not be done as Prince. At least not without more difficulty or issue. And I don't want to lose the best people who could do that. To have to sit in a chair and listen to issues. But I do think you would be good as well.
If I may, just to speed this process up potentially, with the Toreador, agreeing we have a Primogen now, also appreciate a little bit more say within the politics. Because as a prince, I would absolutely need a harpy.
We do not really have one at the moment.
Indeed.
Bao seems to be doing both of them.
I would allow
Also,
you to
chat,
choose
please
one
vote.
of your clan to be our harpy.
So this is your play.
My play has always been simple, Kasim. I speak for the people, and thus politicking is making sure that you have the right people in the right places.
Gains did not choose a seneschal or a herald, or harpy, whatever term you use here, for a reason. Because we spoke to our own people, we spread word, and we were second, all of us in tandem.
Gaines was not as forward thinking as he should be.
What you're suggesting is taking this small, strange, albeit not always functional, representative democracy and changing into a full totalitarian dictatorship.
That is quite dramatic, and I would be wholeheartedly disagreeing. You are welcome to your feelings. So.
Tell me something. Who did you promise Seneschal to?
Della looks at Lottie.
Because here's the thing. If you still had that in your pocket, you wouldn't have said Harpy. You would have said Seneschal.
And see, this is why, Kasim, with all due respect, you don't understand how to be a prince. Because we have a Toreador, the Darkness, who is brand new to the Primogen Council. Instantly jumping to promoting to Seneschal would be not only an overstep, but it would piss off all of our fellow kindred.
No, it wouldn't. Not considering her clan last held the title of prince. And let me be clear here. Yes, I am intending to be prince. But prince can mean different things to different people. In my old home, we called them sultans. I know other places call them regents, queens, kings. And each and every city is different. We have something unique and special here in Detroit. Something I wish to preserve. I will not be prince forever. I may pretend I want to be. And to be honest, I may live for a long time, but let's face it, if Gaines taught us anything, if Whitney taught us anything, no one will be prince forever. So, do I make this into my homestead? Do I make it into my little kingdom? Or do I preserve Detroit as it's supposed to be? To me, I may not make the kind of prince you want me to be, or do you want to be, Luther? But I would make a fantastic prince.
I'll leave it with this. Detroit, and excuse my French, is a shit show. And you choose to preserve what has been destroyed. That is a choice, Kasim.
Kasim, I have a question.
Ask it.
Am I to understand that while the Reverend would offer me the Harpy, you would offer me not the Seneschal?
This city has no seneschal, and it needs for no seneschal. But I do offer you something.
No. I vote for you.
What?
There should be no Seneschal. After all, if there's no Seneschal, then we're all the Seneschal. I don't like murder. It's messy. Whenever there's a Seneschal, there's always the threat of murder. Hate that. I don't want that system. I like it's a more, what's the word? Distributed influence. Because you offered me not the Seneschal seat, I vote for you. As did Chad.
Then I think
I should announce.
I think you have an announcement to make.
If you'll excuse me, but, Reverend, we should talk. Because I have ideas for you as well. I like you. I mean, I don't think anyone likes anyone as much as we like Lottie. But, well, that's a different story altogether. By the way, Ms. Hughes,
Yes.
don't think you can hide your secrets from the darkness.
Oh, I wish I had secrets for the darkness, but I would like to talk soon.
Good. I do have one thing I want from you, by the way. I want you to open up a jazz club again, please. I heard that you had one back in the old space where you were at. Think about
Look, it wasn't my jazz club. It was my father's jazz club. As his eldest many had said that, oh, it's Lottie's and just the sequence of things, but it did that is a long and sort of story that you
Sequins.
might want to hear.
Sequins.
No.
More sequins. More jazz. Excuse me.
Is this done though? Are we done here?
Oh, I have to make the announcement.
Please.
The darkness slides over to the curtain and rips it open and says, all assemble. Creatures of the night. We have a new prince. Elysium.
Thank you. I understand this may come as a shock to many. Some of you do not know who I am or what I stand for. But in time you will. For now, stay safe. Talk to one another. Keep your eyes on each other. And we will make it through this election and beyond. Thank you.
And as the kindred begin to move, some leave immediately because they were only here for the meeting. Others linger to greet the new prince. Others linger to greet the reverend. Not from Clan La Sombra. There are some from other clans who wish to have a few conversations with our reverend. There are some who gravitate immediately towards Lottie, especially her clan. There are those, including a number of Bruja, that come to speak to our Nosferatu Primogen. Unfortunately, a couple of Nos are there first, especially the gargoyle, who's quite large and blocks a lot of people coming in, and there's a bunch of like, a short straw will get you next time. You cannot dodge the short straw forever.
For all we know, he gets rid of the Primogen Council, and I do.
Nope. Make you prince.
We have a new prince, someone else in charge. Maybe you're next.
Nope. Short straw, Holloway.
Is he gonna want to keep someone who was against him? Or want someone new?
We're gonna make sure you stay in Primogenship. I don't want
All the like a swarm just like
I gotta go. And the gargoyle just like slides off sideways. And people come to talk. There's the politics of the evening. But that, my friends, is the end of our episode.
Ooh, we survived. No one died. I got what I wanted.
I will say, everybody saw who ran and what they had to say. And elections are elections, but there's always more to it than that. And I would like each one of the most amazing players ever and the most amazing chat ever to, if you would, say who you are, where we can find you next, and what are you looking forward to for tomorrow night, now that we have a prince to unify the kindred here in Detroit, because they are all now completely unified, 100% unified. Let's start with April. Short Straw Holloway. Oh, I'm sorry.
Hi.
And give some love. You've got to give some love to somebody else, one of your fellow players. That's the other thing too.
I'm April. I don't know what I'm doing next. Follow me online. I forget everything I'm doing. Ooh, that needs to change. Sorry. Love. I want to give love to Nordine. For sitting there and listening to 3 other players vote against you when all I want is like, I want Kasim to win. I want Kasim to win. So way to go on just being cool with that and going with the play. I think you saw where it was going and why it happened that way. And I can't wait to get Luther back for that note. That's gonna cause some problems later. So yeah, that's me. I forgot what else I was supposed to do, and now I'm just gonna keep telling people nice things, so please someone else talk.
Oh, what are you looking forward to? What is your character looking forward to for tomorrow? A brand new day.
Oh,
Under the unified...
no longer being Primogen. It's a new prince. He's gonna want a new council. He's not gonna want us. We voted against him openly. Maybe I get out of this now.
Clan Nosferatu votes for you to stay Primogen.
Yeah.
Out of spite. Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe he gets rid of the Primogens. We don't know. He says he's gonna get rid of things.
Short
Yeah. Short Straw Holloway! Best nickname ever! Dimples and Dice. Who are you? Where can we find you? Give some love. And what is the Reverend looking forward to tomorrow? A new day.
So there's
full of unity.
Yeah. So, hello all, I am Prince, also known as Dimples and Dice around the internet. That is where you can find me. Twitch, Twitter, Instagram, basically all the places at Facebook, because fuck that place. But I'm probably going to add Twitter to that list soon, honestly. Let's see. I am usually streaming on my channel at 11 a.m. Eastern time on Sundays for D&D 5e campaign called Wayward Revelry. It is closing in on the end of that one. So that's a sad story. But there'll be more stuff to come. Just you wait. You'll see me in some other games. I think Trooper knows about one of the ones that I'm going to be in.
I do.
Then
I do, actually. I'm very excited.
Yeah, I know you do. Let's see. What else did I have going on? Give love. I thought the plotting and machinations. Y'all have to understand. Politic games are my favorite things in the fucking world. But I also have to add, my desire was to get someone else elected.
Oh!
I had to politic for myself. I had to run that through. But I don't want to be the prince because the prince got blowed up last time.
Excuse me, point of order. I'm making a house rule. This is important. It's a brand new house rule. I hope you're ready for it. If you succeeded in your desire, but you did not have willpower to refresh, because if you succeed in your desire, you get to heal a willpower, but you didn't, because I always felt like, man, you got your desire, but like you didn't have any willpower set, so that seems anticlimactic. So if that happens, you get a bonus dice for later. That's
Ooh.
it.
So showing love,
please,
I'm showing
pick a
love
bonus die.
to everybody. To everybody. Y'all were fantastic. This was absolutely phenomenal to play. Nordine, I see you. Thank you, Vin, for being there to hang the noose. Just keep it tight enough in hand. And April being a Fleabag-ridden monster that I have to deal with. And of course, our storyteller. Thank you for setting the scene. I'm done.
All the people
so that's
who voted for you, all of them, you now owe them, and they're gonna come collecting. And you still lost. It's gonna be great.
April, you get a bonus die because nobody died. I mean, there might have been casualties, but just not physical death ones. You're muted.
Sterling definitely died a little on the inside.
Oh, he died a little on the inside, but technically it doesn't count. And also you said he deserved it, so it's fine. Vin, who are you? Where can we find you? Give some love. And what are you looking forward to? What is your character looking forward to for tomorrow? And did you make your design?
Gosh. Hi, guys. I'm Vin at VinVoxVA on Twitter. I'm a voice actor and tabletop performer. I blanked out. I'm going to give some love to Prince because he wrote that thing. He wrote it to the end. It's really funny. My desire was to become Seneschal. Before any of that conversation happened, my plan in my little machination mouse brain was that Luther was going to become Prince and I was going to use my boon to become Seneschal. And then it got offered and all that stuff happened. It was a whole thing. I think Lottie is looking forward to reconstructing her thought process and her own goals, despite being so openly like shy and aloof and such. This is a fucking dragon, so who knows?
Yeah. And the darkness is like, you had a club? Come on.
I love the darkness.
Me too.
Werewolf! Or should I say, also the prince. Who are you? Where can we find you? Give some love, and what is the prince looking forward to tomorrow?
Jeez. So first off, my love has got to go to Vin, because that pushback towards Luther, that stop talking over me. Stop. It blew my mind because we haven't seen too much from, Lottie and her goals. To see that pushback killed me in such a good way. Kudos. But I am with Prince. I've got to I would applaud everyone. April's sudden betrayal hit me in the best way possible. I could not pick a better person to go into a runoff with than Reverend, played by Prince. Was so wonderful. And for setting the scene, and I think you kind of helped me win there, Trooper. Thanks. Did not expect to win. Gonna say that right now.
You have to talk to Chad about that one.
Yeah.
But also,
Chat really did me a favor there. My desire was to find Elena, and that got done like in the first 10 seconds. So I was riding without a desire for the rest of the night. I am Nordine Lee Kadir, also known as Werewolf Feels all over the internet. You can find me at Werewolf Feels wherever you can. I'm on a podcast called The Atomless. I do writing, consulting, and such. And obviously I'm in games everywhere, although these are my only two right now, The Atomless and this, and I'm happy with that. And what am I excited for? I am excited for Kasim to realize that he's got too many things on his plate, and he's probably going to fall apart as a vampire. Super excited for that, but
I'm so afraid of that. I don't want that to happen.
I do. Kasim is quite excited to, well, as someone put it in chat. Hold on, let me scroll up because this was a very good thing. As Annie Geek 5150 said in chat, you gotta preserve something to build on top of it. And I think that's a statement that perfectly applies to what Kasim is looking forward to. Also meeting Lupine.
I've been your storyteller for tonight. I had such a lovely time. I was taking notes and I was like, okay, I've got some NPCs. Who they're going to vote for? Elena's going to vote for Kasim because magic. And Hoodoo. I was like, okay, the Toreador actually just does not care at the moment, so they're not going to vote for anyone. Davis will vote for Luther unless she makes her resist, in which case she will not know who she's going to vote for, because she's not, because she resisted it, but it's still a little bit too like, the feeling is still there. Do you know what I mean? Like the blood bond is still there, even though you resisted it. And so she's like, Lottie seems to be allied with Luther, so I vote for Lottie. Right? It was a.
Yep, it's time to increase that blood bond, is what you're saying.
Hey, just having a conversation about it. I had, first off, thank you, chat, for all of your votes.
Indeed, thank you, chat.
Yeah, thank you, chat.
You're welcome.
No, not you, Siri. Chat, not you. Come on, you don't get to take credit. I want to especially thank the players. This was something so beautiful. I loved how each character expressed in their own way how important Detroit is to them. Each character expressed what made them princely in their own ways. Each one. From Lottie going into the people to, that was like a moment for me, right? Saying, I'm going to go into people and I'm going to ask you what your concerns are. That was like the princely moment of Lottie. When Della was like, the darkness, you have a choice between two people and both of them are respectful and good. That for me was Della's princely moment, right? That was the moment where Della could have done all sorts of shenanigans, but no, Della was like, look, both of these people are good. In terms of vampire terms, good people. Kasim's discussion about making a homestead, making a home, and not wanting to have a seneschal, where each Primogen gets to have their voice in that way. And the Reverend, when the Reverend spoke about having this, how do I put this? I know it can look sketch, and I like to joke a bit, right? I like to poke. But the Reverend has built a family. And the Reverend is willing to put that family on the line for the betterment of the city, right? Each one of them has something special to give to help make this place a better place. And that is, I think, what I had so much joy and love for each one of my wonderful, wonderful players. I feel like, oh, and also that none of you had any time for Sterling, Horatio, Capistrano. That was brilliant, and I appreciate that very much, because he was like, I'm gonna be a prince, and you're like, yeah, no, get out. And I love that. Thank you so much. And I am very excited for how, as a community, you will go forward. And I need to go and read out our donation messages. Let me see what we have here. So we got $50
I think
from
Ben
Void
had
Smoker.
something. Or did I miss something? You're raising a hand, right, Ben?
Yeah, I was so excited
Yes.
about everything that happened. I forgot to mention that me and Prince are up for nomination for Best Vampire Player
Right.
and Best Storyteller.
Yes.
For credit
We're
awards,
so excited
yeah.
for Vampire. We forgot to mention that we're up for
Shit,
Vampire
yeah.
Awards.
Do we have the link? Do we have the link? Because if we have the link,
Can find it.
then
I
then drop it. Drop it. So Void Smoker donated $50, which is going to help pay for this cast with campaign contributions for Short Straw Holloway. Woo!
I didn't get it in votes, but I got contributions. That's politics. I won.
The Nas are always going to vote for you for any leadership position, always, because you don't want it, and they like to troll you. You know, they're your buds. Thank you for dropping that link. Those are the Crit Awards. Go and vote for them because they're lovely. And let's see. I did that. What is today? Today is Tuesday. You can find me on Friday, 7 p.m. Eastern on this channel for The Gamblers, Traveler, Pirates of Drynax. Sunday at 8 p.m. over at Practical this Mephoria's channel for Carousel Court, which is an urban fantasy set in Savannah, Georgia from the 40s going all the way up to the 2000s. Every session's like 3 or 4 years later. And then Monday, 8 8:30 p.m. over at Wandering DM's channel, Montreal by Night, where I'm playing a character who now has 3 humanity. And is fine with that, because once you have 3 humanity, you kind of don't care. You know what I mean? You're like, yeah.
Your fucks to give are gone.
Yeah, they're gone.
They're not even
You're
few
like,
at that point.
somebody
They're
died.
gone.
Oh, well, whatever. They're dead. Who cares? So, we can just see how that goes. Thank you, everybody. Much love to you all. I feel like I should just give a quick look to see if there's somebody we should raid, and then we're going to raid after we finish our credits. So, thank you, everybody. Take care of yourselves. And, go get a drink. Not blood. I'm not the boss of you. Bye, everybody.